Flash is coming up at the top of the staircase. There's an easy kill for Hyper in a second and a third. Dark Zero in full control. A triple for Grixer, and there's the quad. United.
Great teamwork. Sonics take the lead again. Disrupt the best of the best.
His teammate's gone, and what's this? He's got a Nitro cell as well.
TSM! Tempo Storm absolutely storms through this matchup. Oxygen takes the series.
Space Station Gaming are your world champions!
Welcome to Playday 5 of the Rainbow Six Siege US Division. Today, SSG versus Disrupt, then TSM versus the Sonics. Today is Decider Day, ladies and gentlemen, determining how our teams will line up in Phase 2. I'm Jackie Jing, and I am with our analysts, Jesse and Veli. Gentlemen, how are you feeling today? We were chatting earlier. Today is huge from a competitive standpoint. I'm going to start with you, Veli.
Yes, today, winner takes all, baby. You win this game today, you're automatically in top 4 for for Phase 2, which means you have a chance for an automatic spot in the major. So today, it's going to be nothing but a banger.
Oh yeah, there's so much on the line because the last couple of playdays we've had, one team has like something to play for, the other team is just playing to either stay alive or to, fight another day. This time it's everybody will be finding out their results. So the winners are going to be going up, the losers are going to be going down. There's no more games in Phase 1, so there's a ton on the line.
So much on the line. Cannot wait to get these matches started. Thanks so much, gentlemen. But real fast, let's take a quick look and get this word from our sponsors. All right, gentlemen, Playday 5, Monday. So let's take a look at today's schedule. We will start with Group A, SSG versus Disrupt, and then to Group B, our second match is TSM versus the Sonics. All right, Disrupt and the Sonics, they have nothing to lose today. I cannot wait to see what they're going to throw out there. But Veli, Jesse, what are you all the most excited for? Jesse, I'll start with you.
I don't know. I think probably SSG Disrupt. Obviously, Disrupt have proven themselves a lot so far this season. They've been at a bit of an emotional team, ups and downs, but now going up against SSG, who just most recently suffered their first loss in a long, long time. That'll be an interesting one. And again, I think that's one where we could see Space Station get upset again.
Veli?
I personally really love the last game of the day, TSM versus Sonics, and mostly because we're seeing the evolution of Sonics now, and the biggest question is, I don't know if it's going to be a surprise or not, but are we going to see Slevin back in the starting lineup? That's a big question. Ooh. But Sonics have been doing so well lately, and I still think they have a chance against one of the titans in the game, which are TSM.
I love all these teams, but low-key, I'm kind of cheering for Disrupt and Sonics. They're they're underdogs, Like SSG and TSM, they've been dominant for so long. I don't know, it might be cool to see them pull it out. But we cannot wait to get things rolling. But really quick, we do want to check in with our casters, Kix and Intero. And Kix, we were talking about this earlier. So much on the line for our competitors today, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a huge matchup, and I don't think we can really tout it more than already has been so far, especially after the stunner that we saw last week with Space Station losing their first best of 3 since, was it November? That's a pretty long time to go without a loss.
Yeah, and on the other hand, you've got a team with Disrupt who have been looking really good. And there was a lot of question marks on them when the season started, to the nature of how they got into the region. And I think that they've answered all those questions and then some with their performance through the season so far.
All right, thank you so much, Kixon and Tara. We're going to allow you to get ready and prep for the match. Let's bring it back to our analysts, Jesse and Veli. Okay, so let's get everybody caught up with where we're at right now. It's a little bit confusing, so bear with us here. Group A. Oxygen has qualified. They will be moving on to Phase 2, Group A. They beat SSG in 2 last week, and today, Disrupt and SSG will face off. The winner goes up to Phase 2, Group A. Loser drops down to Phase 2, Group B. Group B, Dark Zero has qualified. They'll move on to Phase 2, Group A with Oxygen. They beat TSM last week in 2, so today, TSM and the Sonics will battle to get into Phase 2, Group A. Winner makes it in. Loser drops down to Phase 2, Group B. So, Jesse, I know this might be a little bit confusing for folks at home. What's the best way to explain this Phase 2?
All right, so the really important thing is in both Phase 1 and Phase 2, we have Group A and we have Group B. In Phase 1, the groups are relatively equal, right? It's you've got some strong teams in both groups. We had the draft show to figure out who's going to be Group A, who's going to be Group B, and we got equal-ish groups. Phase 2 is not going to be like that. Group A is definitively higher than Group B. Even if you get dead last in Group A, you will be finishing better than the team that gets first in Group B. So in Phase 1, we play to figure out which group you're going to be in for Phase 2. And then in Phase 2, you're kind of locked in already. Top 4 versus bottom 4 are already locked in. And then we're just figuring out whereabouts you're at. So that's the key difference here. Don't get confused with the Group A's, Group B's. They're very different. Group A is no longer on the same level as Group B after today.
I think the big takeaway is for Phase 2, you want to be in Group A, you don't want to be in Group B, pretty much, right? All right,
Definitely.
there we go. But let's start talking about this first matchup, and we shall begin with SSG. So SSG, powerful, talented team. Nobody can take that away from them. But Veli, after losing to OXG, they're not immortal. They're vulnerable.
I feel like Space Station Gaming has always been vulnerable, and Oxygen exposed that. I think the biggest reason why is because they were able to contain Fultz. And whether or not people want to believe that or not, Fultz, he really didn't have a good day at all, right? We take a look at Oregon, where he went 2-13, especially as the entry fragger. The one thing Oxygen did well was that they never isolated a roamer or a player in a position to have a 1v1 against Fultz. They made Fultz come up to site, and within the remaining seconds of the game, they beat him in outright duels as he attempted to get on the site. That's something that I hope Disrupt Gaming did their homework on, because if not, Fultz can outright be the best player in the entire lobby, so you have to keep him in check.
I agree 100%. I think Fultz not having a great day last time was a big problem for Space Station. I anticipate he's going to show up today. You know, last season he had an amazing performance. He was so consistent. Having one bad day in the most recent play day is not the end of the world. I fully anticipate he's going to pop off and come back and have a good performance again. But if he doesn't, then Space Station might need to really address this Fultz problem. I'm assuming it won't be a long-term problem, but if it is, that's going to be a big red flag for SSG.
Yeah, Fultz definitely needs to step up. Jesse, SSG is probably shaken from the loss last week, and I believe that they're probably gearing up even harder than they were before. Do you think that they're going to try something unorthodox today?
I mean, that's a great question, because I think SSG's strengths is they often, they hide a lot of strats, and then they'll take you to a map they've never been on, and they'll just unload. And they really did do that against Oxygen. You know, they brought out a couple different maps they hadn't played a lot. Oregon, obviously, and then Consulate as well, were two maps where they didn't really play a lot in the past few months. They brought it out. They brought a lot of new stuff to the table. So I hope we see that again from Space Station, because even though it didn't work, they lost the best of 3 against Oxygen. That is when Space Station are playing at their strengths. The question is, how much do they still have left up their sleeve? Because in the old system, there were a lot of I don't want to say pointless playdays, but a lot of the playdays were lower stakes.
Yes.
So you could take games where you just play default. Now in this format, it's always every single game matters. So you can't just have a day where all right, we'll play on some maps we're comfortable on, we'll do what we always do, we won't give anything up. Space Station needs to constantly innovate. Every team needs to constantly innovate. And if they don't, again, that could be a problem for them.
You know what, Jesse? I feel like what you said at the end, they have to constantly innovate. I feel like that's what Space Station does best, right? When it comes to innovation and setting the tone, it's Space Station that makes teams play around them rather than the other way around. So me personally, I feel like Space Station, they're the kings of composure. They're going to continue on with their game plan. They know what they messed up on. It's up to them to perform better this time, way more than they did last time.
Vela, you're talking about their game plan. What changes do you possibly foresee, or what do you think they really need to do today with strategy?
Nothing. I feel like continue being Space Station. Like I said, the biggest problem was that Folks was out of the picture, and it had nothing to do with entry fragging. It's just that Oxygen knew how to isolate him outside of sight. And when Folks tried to push in the last 17, 15 seconds, they had him on lock. I don't think that's going to happen this time around, especially against Disrupt, because I will tell you this. Space Station, they have to know how Disrupt plays against roamers, and I think they're going to abuse that.
All right, some great insight, gentlemen. Now let's take a look at our opponent, Disrupt, and Jess Brohard has an interview with Nyx.
Hey there, I'm Jess Brohard, and I'm here with Nyx from Disrupt Gaming. Nyx, how's it going?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm also doing great. Thank you for asking. So let's look at what you guys have been up to. You beat E United recently 2-1, and before that, unfortunately, fell to Oxygen 2-1. So first off, how do you feel about where you're at as a team after that loss to Oxygen?
I mean, I think the loss doesn't really define where we are as a team. I know that we could have, won that game. I know that we could have even 2-0'd them if we didn't have some of the stuff that happened. I take a lot of responsibility for the loss because of the skin issues and just, stuff like that shouldn't just happen. It shouldn't happen, and it's not going to happen in the future, right? So I'm looking forward to hopefully having the revenge tour if they lose to SSG on Wednesday. That'll be fun, but no, I think our team's doing really well, and the loss doesn't really define who we are as a team. So
to add to that also, I think Oxygen weren't really sure what to expect out of you guys since you are kind of a newer team. So what do you think of Oxygen as a competitor?
No, Oxygen's a great team. I think they have a really strong core within Lax, Vert, and Foxe, and I think Slash and Bayer are both, those aren't players that you can sleep on. So Oxygen is a really solid roster. You got to be prepared to play them.
So moving on to that E United match, what was that victory like, winning to them 2-1?
Beating E United was definitely good. We have Reed on the team, and Reed is a player that actually used to team with E United, so there was a little bit of a storyline with him and in that game. So that was always really cool to get the win for him. We prepped just as like we would for any other game. We prepped the same way like we did for OXG, same for E United, and we played really well as a team and got the win. It was really nice to have that feeling. I've been out of Pro League for a while because obviously I get cut from OXG at the end of the second half of season 11, and that was my very first win in Pro League under Disrupt. That was the very first time that Disrupt as an organization has ever won a Pro League game. So definitely a really cool moment.
So I know you already mentioned that going forward, of course, you will either face SSG or you'll face Oxygen again. And I know you said you were eager for that revenge. What are you going to adjust to make sure that you're able to take this match if you face them again?
Definitely put on the right skins. That's definitely step one. Other than that, it's just being prepared. I think there was some stuff in the map ban phase that could have gone better for us, and I think we're gonna take a look at that as a team and adjust our strategies for that. Other than that, it's just follow the game plan and execute. If we execute accordingly, we can definitely win.
Yeah, sounds like you know what you're doing then. Well, thank you so much for your time. That is all I had for you, and best of luck on your next matchup.
Thank you very much, Jess.
And that was our Jess Brohard speaking to Nyx. And Nyx very humble about the skin violations there. Also showing a lot of confidence. Disrupt had a solid showing against OXG despite the mishaps and had a strong win against E United. But Jesse, real talk here, SSG is a different beast.
Yeah, I mean, SSG are undoubtedly going to be the toughest opponent. Maybe Oxygen was, but they're undoubtedly going to be tougher than E United. I think that's not controversial to say at all. So this will be a difficult match for Disrupt Gaming, but the thing about DG is every single one of their players has surprised me in some way, shape, or form, and they really have stepped up. I think Retro on support has been a real standout player. He's consistently getting those plants down. Kix talked about this last week on broadcast, where it's to have a player that can consistently plant that diffuser is so important. He's got the most diffusers down in the league, so I think he's really been stepping up in that sense. Then you've got a player like Nyx, who I think his aggression is it's been really well timed, and he's had a lot of those clutch moments in games. I know last week in particular, he had some moments on Coastline and also on Clubhouse where he single-handedly, with some of the worst guns in the game, managed to take a lot of those gunfights and do really well in 1v2s, 1v3s. So, I mean, there's been a lot of players on Disrupt that have surprised me quite a bit. And don't even get me started on NJR because that kid's insane. So yeah, this team is, I think, better still than people are giving him credit for.
Yeah, and I just wanted to throw out there.
NJR, yes. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna make it quick. I wanted to throw out there. We've seen highlight plays from NJR, from Nyx and whatnot. There's still one player. They're not Wayne. They just tear it all up. is Shuttle. No one's talking that much about Shuttle.
Yeah.
Shuttle's the man. In the moment he wakes up and goes off and really gets comfortable in his role, it's game over.
Well, Shuttle definitely deserves some recognition, but I mean, we got to bring it back to NJR because he's just killing it, man. But also, he has to face off against Rampy today. How are these big, bad gunners going to line up, Veli? I want to get your insight on that.
Okay, so you know what? Here's the deal. And the stats are showing. NJR has been doing things that veterans, they're having trouble even doing. And this is against some of the best competition in the game, right? NJR, if he's able to get in the sight, he's going to wreak the most havoc out there. His stat line last week was out of control. But for him to go against players like Rampy and Fos, not to mention the other players on this roster, is the true test. Now, if he doesn't do that well, we're not going to put our heads down and say, NJR sucks, he's a phony. He's going to get the cream of the crop. If he's able to show off today, I think that we need to have a serious conversation about where he stands in the tier list when it comes to top fraggers in all of NA.
Yeah, I think Veli hit the nail on the head. You know, this is a guy who last week was absolutely incredible. He went plus 14. He went plus 5 on entry alone. I mean, that's higher than anybody else last week. He had a really standout performance, but it was against United. And I'm not trying to just throw United under the bus this whole broadcast, I promise. But they're not Space Station Gaming, are they? No. And I think this is going to be a lot tougher of a matchup. So 100%, if they can, if we see NJR show up again, if we can see him, you know, taking down Rampy consistently, that's going to be like a real, okay, Disrupt picked this guy up, but like every single team should have been trying to pick this guy up because he really is the real deal.
NJR versus Rampy. I'm excited to see it go down. But all right, gentlemen, it is time for predictions. Who's winning, SSG or Disrupt? Veli, I'll put you in the hot seat first.
Across the board, Space Station is better in every category, in my opinion. I'm going to go with Space Station Gaming. They should win this game. If Disrupt wins, that's going to be outright the craziest upset that we have seen yet in the NA League.
Jesse?
You know, it feels really wrong to go against the world champions 2 weeks in a row, and I know that, and I'm not trying to downplay them, but Disrupt have some of the best players, I think, in this league. They are surprising me every single week. I think they're still slept on. I'm gonna say DG. I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be so close, and I'm really not trying to downplay Space Station. Maybe this is where I show that it's all just a fluke. But I think Disrupt take it.
Jesse, wait.
I love
Jesse,
it.
just cause you were loose off the sauce last week and got right. Don't start doing this every time now, okay?
Hey, maybe I just got lucky. We'll find out.
All right, well, we shall see who is going to win, SSG or Disrupt. We cannot wait to get that rolling. But really quickly, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, do not forget to follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. And we have so much fun ahead of us. Coming up, we have our community poll, and we'll be checking in with our casters, Kix and Intero. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Well, it's time for our very first matchup here on our 5th day of the US division, and we're going to be starting off with two teams who have a common color theme and a common objective as well, which is to win the matchup. Space Station versus Disrupt. These teams have never played before, and the maps are obviously going to be a huge determining factor. You saw the predictions, Michael, from both Veli and Jesse. What is your take on Jesse's hot take about DG?
Jesse has a tendency to be right. It's something about, he's got a sixth sense about these things. And one thing I will say is, while I don't necessarily think it's easy to call DG a winner coming out of this match, it's certainly possible that they take this. They've got the talent. I've seen them perform. And if SSG is going to be losing to Oxygen, I think it's perfectly possible for them to lose to DG as well.
There's going to be a couple things to keep our eyes on for this matchup, one of which was touted in our community poll, which you can go vote at by going to the following social links that will splash across your screen. They're directly underneath me right now. R6 Esports NA on Twitter is the best way to do that, and also give a follow to the Instagram account as well. Both down there for you. The story today for both of these teams, Michael, and anybody who looks at the stats from the first 4 play days, is that you've got a lot of firepower in this lobby. Rampy, one of the top performers, and then on the other side with Disrupt, you've got NJR.
Yeah, so these two players currently sit both in top 6 statistically within North America, and that is a really powerful position for them to be on. NJR has come out of the gate swinging. We're all really excited to see him doing as well as he's doing. Rampy is a storied performer in North America, so no surprises there. So the community vote question for today is going to be who will win in that head-to-head. And I don't mean in terms of who's going to get more kills in the match overall. I mean who's going to kill each other more. Who's going to be killing... Is NJR going to kill Rampy more? Is Rampy going to kill NJR more? That's the question.
Yeah, so there could even be a tally. Overlay it onto your screen who is going to win in their exact duels. So usually we have like this nebulous concept of like who's going to get the most kills, who's going to lead on entry frags. No, it's a grudge match today. It is literally Rampy versus NJR. Who's going to come out on top? Make sure you cast your vote. Do you think Rampy will kill NJR more than NJR will kill Rampy? You take a stab at it. But Michael, let's waste no time. We're almost ready to get started into the game, but you're going to want to know where we're going to go first. For a team like SSG, they've got quite a robust map pool, and we'll remind people how the banning phase works. Each team bans one map, then they pick the next map. So if you've got a map that you're really, really strong on, well, if you've got 2 of them, you get to play 1, because they're obviously going to ban one of those weak ones. As you can see, Theme Park is the first map that's going to be up on the board, and it's picked by Disrupt. SSG's already played this map this season. DG hasn't, so that is a fascinating one.
Yeah, it's actually looked really good for SSG as of late. They've played it twice and won it twice against United and TSM, and that's including the end of the last season. So there's more information on Space Station for Theme Park, and I'm assuming that's why Disrupt will bring us there. Clubhouse will be SSG's map pick, and we all know SSG is well acquainted with Clubhouse, so that's nothing surprising. But it's worth keeping in mind that Disrupt has also played Clubhouse this season. They did actually win against United on that map. So it goes both ways. Both teams having information on each other's maps in recent history from this season.
United being the common link or the uniting link between these two, because it was 7-4 for SSG over United on this map.
Yeah.
And then 7-4 for DG over United on this map. So you have to pity the United fans because they're not able to get more than 4 rounds as a team. And they've also been kind of the proving grounds, the training grounds for both of these teams. Oregon is going to be the tiebreaker. If you look at the stats for Oregon, SSG has played it 1 time. They lost it to Oxygen in a nail biter. Oxygen coming out ahead 8-7, and that was en route to Oxygen winning the series against SSG 2-0. Not a lot of data and information here on Disrupt. They've only played 2 official matchups as a roster, so we're still trying to figure out their comfort level. But the big thing that pops up to me, Michael, is that Cafe was banned out by DG first. They played it on both their 2 play days prior, and they looked like they had some very serious issues on it. I think it's a smart first ban because you know SSG's not a bad Cafe team, but SSG will relentlessly counter-strat you, and it's a weakness that I'm glad that DG shored up, but it did open Clubhouse. DG's played on it, but it is, I think, inarguably SSG's best map.
Yeah, I think getting it out of there is definitely a safe call there from DG. Don't have to worry about it. Don't have to stress. They do need to worry about Clubhouse. But one thing I think is important to note as well is that Clubhouse, Theme Park, these are both maps that SSG have played on this season. That's recent. It is worth keeping in mind. We haven't seen a lot of competition if you look farther back apart from this season. We had a long break, one of the longest we've ever had between play. So the information is limited. And if DG has done their homework, and I'm sure they have, then they should have a lot of information on SSG going into this series. And that might give them a distinct edge.
Yeah, and this is where somebody like Evil Waffle, who was picked up as the coach of Disrupt just a couple weeks ago, this is where we're going to see how much he's been able to help this team learn and grow. Because we know how invaluable a good coach can be. If you're going up against a team like SSG, they have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to coaching staff. We'd like to joke around about how they have an army of coaches, but really they have a lot of resources at their disposal. And it's not just that they have somebody who's as storied in that coaching role as Lycan, but they've also got the analysis to back it up as well. And that's where you kind of have an issue, because even if you can do well on the battlefield, unless you have as deep a bench as SSG has, you might be starting off behind just from an information perspective. And you're right. If you're Space Station, you're going to look on that Clubhouse matchup where DG played on it, and you're going to have information, not only for how you can play, but how you can play against your opponents, knowing how strong of a map it is for SSG.
And if we're going to take a look at the bench, you were just talking about it. I mean, on the players involved in this match are all crazy, but it's worth noting that as teams, they both come relatively close to each other statistically in terms of how they've been performing through the season. There's about kind of an even spread going on there. I'm sure you guys can kind of envision how it looks. You got NJR on top with Disrupt. You got Rampy on top with SSG. But then from there, a kind of just a natural curve down, and you've got your standard progression team-wise. But the fact that they're all very close to each other on the leaderboards is, in my opinion, really interesting. You wouldn't expect that with names like SSG and Disrupt. I talked about it a little bit in the lead-in when we were just saying hi for a minute with the desk. I think that there's always been a lot of question marks surrounding newer teams such as Disrupt, and it's understandable, but we've already seen the answers from Disrupt, and it is that they are as competitive as anyone else in this league, and that, to me, is exciting. But we've got the map ready. It's Theme Park as map number 1. Disrupt will be starting on attack, SSG on defense, and thus SSG will start the bans.
Reminder for everybody watching that Echo is soft banned, meaning that he cannot be played. You can, in theory, ban him if you want, but it's a colossal waste of a ban. So that's brought a lot of variety and different strategy to how teams ban the defenders. The attacking bans have mostly been similar. We see a lot of Maverick bans, a lot of Thatcher bans. There you go. Capitao also getting banned out. It's been predominantly those three operators in some capacity. Maverick and Thatcher mean that the way that this map is going to play out and some of these bomb sites are going to be very different. But this is a curveball. I cannot remember the last time that we have seen Castle banned in top-level competitive play. And we know that on a map like this, given the fact that SSG played it against United, given the fact that SSG likes having Castle in their arsenal, this is very clearly a targeted ban. And it's another utility soak operator off the board. Wrapping up the bans, SSG banning Valkyrie, that's a very common ban for the defense, and it's a ban that SSG tends to favor from all we've seen of them over the last 2 weeks.
The key with the Valkyrie ban is when you get rid of Valkyrie and Echo is soft banned, then you don't have to bring IQ. And yes, I understand IQ is a very potent operator, does a lot of work even against other operators, has a G8 to boot, which many are claiming is one of the better guns in the game right now. Fair. But it means there's opportunities to bring operators aside from that IQ who will bring more actual utility to the field. In this case, it's a soft destruction prioritization from the attack, and that's in line with what we've come to expect with our attacker meta lately.
It's an unusual bomb site to start off on. It's not always one that you see a ton of play, but we're going to go down to Drug Lab and Storage. There is still I guess, a site strength hierarchy on Theme Park, though it is more fluid than other maps. Obviously, overshadowing the addition of Theme Park to the map pool is the new Oregon, or the reworked Oregon, rather, since Theme Park was brand spanking new last season. And teams are still sorting it out, because the way that you used to play on Theme Park when Goyo was as strong as he was, when Mozzie was as prevalent in the meta as he was, is radically different from the way that teams are playing it now. And even more so, now that there's no castle on the board, there's some really important tools that SSG are not going to have access to and are going to play around. It also means that Maestro and Mirror are still available if we want to see them. They've actually been played a little bit more consistently than we've seen in the past. They used to lead the way when it comes to bans, but not the case.
Yeah, it's a different time for the meta, and I think we talked about how I think the Echo soft ban plays into that, but also it's just the natural evolution of Siege. You're always going to see things moving, and I think a lot of players come to the realization that there's some really easy counters you can whip out to try and eliminate a Mira or nullify a Mira window's usefulness, or the same for Evil Eye. Since we are all bringing all this soft destruction, they'll get destroyed relatively quickly, so that's something to consider. The Labs site pick is really weird to me for SSG, but so far it seemed to confound DG somewhat. You see them 3 players outside right now droning, well, one of them not, I suppose, but they're just looking for information, trying to ponder how to attack this, because this is an uncommonly defended site. It is statistically the worst site on this map of the 3 times it's been played in the US division.
Characterized with an inability to attack, or at least a lack of comfort, is line him up and knock him down. There's 2 for Thinking Nade. He has not been moved off of this position, just holding the lab window. And, well, SSG will continue to pummel Disrupt, as that's 3 kills for SSG to start off with. There was an attempt from Disrupt to just vault right into the bomb site, and it was very quickly stopped. And
yeah,
now you have to hit the pause button, or even possibly the reset button if you're Disrupt. Shuttle and Retro will now need to try to win the round against the remaining members of SSG, which I say remaining, but, well, it's all of them, and they actually haven't taken a single point of damage yet.
Yeah, it's been some pretty easy kills for SSG. I mean, that vaulting in through the site window, it's pretty dangerous, with no picks, no utility to augment that vault. It's just, I'm not sure what DG was trying to accomplish there. This Legion Trap is going to give away Retro's position. He'll have to fall back. Shuttle playing by Dragon with only 30 seconds left. DG has no real prospects for this round, so they're going to linger and languish and wait out the last few seconds. As Bosco lines up for his first kill, he won't get it, though. Nice pre-fire from Retro. That was beautiful. Got to get 2 inside a bathroom, and there's the bullet hole to his left. It's not going to be easy to deal with. Canadian could have sprung into action there, but he's playing safe. He's playing smart. He's not going to let this slip away. Shuttle gets 1. Down goes Retro. It's all on Shuttle. He'll get his second. Nice entry into the site. He needs to find Fultz and Canadian, who are both in the bathroom, but he's only got 4 seconds. Here comes the rush. He'll get 1. No, he doesn't. Just barely missing out on these shots, and SSG will win it on time.
That got strangely winnable from Disrupt there at the final seconds. You know, that could have been an absolutely huge clutch from Shuttle, but man, SSG camping that diffuser. They thought they had intel coming from the main lobby, but instead Shuttle wrapped all the way around and through initiation, through lab, and then pushed into the bathroom. That was a 1v2 that health-wise could have very quickly become a 1v1.
Certainly.
So credit, obviously, to the way that DG played that, but it really shouldn't have come close at all. And one thing that we've seen out of Shuttle is, despite the fact that he had quite a lengthy break from competitive Rainbow Six play, he's returned to the scene and doesn't look like he's missed a beat. He's still performing at a top level. He has had some inhuman plays over the last 2 weeks. And yet again, able to do that. Now, a little bit of that was just simply a lack of coordination from SSG. They didn't seem to realize where Shuttle was coming from. And, you know, Thinking Nade's got his back turned to the doorway. He and Canadian are both lined up. It looked like Thinking Nade was actually trying to rotate out of the bathroom, but that round shouldn't have been anywhere near as close as it got. I mean, I don't know if that was just overconfidence from SSG, given the fact that they had that bulletproof camera, they had Retro on CCTV, on cams, right by the bathroom door. Canadian and Thinking Nade really could have swung out on him. I'm not sure exactly if that was just hastiness or
Yeah.
just going for the kills or not, but it really shouldn't have been that close.
I think it has to do with there's this kind of a weird effect that happens when you get down to the last few seconds of the round, where you and your squad say, okay, well, let's just wait, and all aggressive play ceases, all potential peaks cease, and everyone just starts holding angles, and that is very dangerous in Siege, as I'm sure most of you know. Peak's advantage is a very real part of how engagements play out in this game. So you're usually, even on for the defenders, they're usually going to be taking fights aggressively to try and maintain that Peak's advantage and get a kill. But you kind of stop that when you hit the last 10 seconds. You're like, okay, I can just wait. I'll just hold an angle. I'll wait. And that opened up an opportunity, I think, for DG to get those kills. But, I mean, obviously it wasn't enough in the end. And that's all that really matters, right?
This is, I think we've actually seen Bosco running the FMG a couple times on smoke. And I would assume it's because you've got Maestro, Mira, and Thinking Nate. It allows Bosco to maybe play a little bit longer range. The FMG is a gun that is slept on, just as we focus on that one loadout choice.
I agree.
As there's a bit of a pause right now. But you've got plenty of soft destruction. You got plenty of shotguns to be able to remodel the bomb site on SSG's side, so you don't really need yet another shotgun. There's diminishing returns that come in, you know, but...
Yeah.
Anyway, DG's clearing upstairs. It's a thrown defense. This is the standard bomb site that we see a lot of teams go to, and, well, there hasn't really been anything, I guess, that we've seen out of SSG that gives us an idea that it's going to be innovative, but Rampy decides to peek his Mira upstairs. I guess that's a little unorthodox. He gets punished for it, and the opening pick goes to Disrupt.
It's just about the easiest kill that you're going to get for DG. A little bit of drone work and this really quick follow-up for Disrupt. So they get the first frag there. Good job to them for that. And they've still got to find somebody inside of maintenance. Droned out, but not downed or finished off or anything along those lines. You've also got one playing by Gong, I want to say. So this is it looks like a double roam on the maintenance side. And you can see that Disrupt are going to avoid it. They're going to say, okay, we don't care. We'll go for a yellow wall take. And that's sensible there if you're Disrupt.
A return to the bomb site for Canadian with 30 seconds left, as you have to watch a lot of angles. Some of this destruction that's been done on the side of the defenders will allow clearer passage in for the attackers, and they can just watch from above. You still haven't been able to shake off this upstairs presence. That's where Nyx has made up his home, and the sledge can keep working away as the clock is getting very close to the end of this round. 15 seconds left, and soldiering through the smoke is Retro. He gets gunned down by a joint effort of Canadian and Fultz. And the diffuser is in the middle of the lion's den. Canadian over peaks, a little bit too aggressive, taken out and punished by Reed, but there's 3 kills from SSG to dominate, leaving Nyx, who was upstairs earlier, with 0 seconds left on the clock. It was an unfortunate series of events for DG as they lost their gunfights 1v1, trying to protect the diffuser going down, and the clock ends up being their arch nemesis. 2 in a row for Space Station.
It seemed like DG was trying to clear their way over towards maintenance, and as soon as they saw that they were okay, there's roamers inside of maintenance, they adjusted. I love the fluidity of the attack if you're Disrupt. But one thing that I will say is once they got the breach open, they were unable to do anything with it. Partially that's due to the gas canisters from SSG, well placed. Also, that has to do with DG's lack of time. Their, I guess, lethargy when attacking the top floor. It took them a good long while, and the lack of work that was accomplished after taking that top floor, the lack of picks that came with that. But for me, it's just as simple as nobody droned in through the breach. Like, you get that breach open, and then there's one behind the pillar, there's one near the bomb. Both of them have an angle that can deny default plant behind pillar inside that yellow breach, and someone tries to go for a pillar plant. That is just a simple lack of vigilance, a simple lack of a drone going into the site and checking, oh, hey, they're right here. So, you know, that you could chalk that up to time, or you could chalk that up to just a skip step for DG, whatever you want to call it. SSG take another round, and a solid one at that.
You also have to focus on that there is a Maverick and a Thatcher ban right now. So if you're bringing a Bandit or a Kaid or a Mute, the only way to be able to open up the walls, well, there's a couple ways. The most obvious is to bring a Kali and have her use her gadget to blow up whatever gadgets are on the other side of it. I suppose in a pinch, Twitch is available as well, though her pick rate is virtually non-existent, and, well, the Twitch drone is stopped dead in its tracks by a Mute Jammer, which so far Mute is a very commonly used operator for SSG. So if you're not running a Kali, which I don't know if she necessarily fits the playstyle of Disrupt, you have to take that upstairs control, because the only way you're going to get into the bomb site is to dispatch the Mute Jammers, or the Bandit batteries, or the Kaid Electroclaws. In this case, you're going to continue to see Mute brought, so when it's a downstairs bomb site, there's going to be about half of that round used by Disrupt to clear from above. The problem is that you have to focus on a single wall. As you pointed out, they only went for one single line of attack. And it's very easy as a defender to watch that one entryway and then take them down. It left Nyx in a position where when the rest of the push fell apart, he had to scramble off of his position. He shouldn't have had to move from upstairs. If you get enough of the DG players shutting down SSG, trying to counter your diffuser plant, then Nyx can just stay up there and continue to be really effective at pinning SSG down. The problem was that when he lost those gunfights, Nyx had to try to get in on the action. It was way too late.
Speaking of action, it'll just get started here as Retro is removed from play. Nice shot there to thinking. Seemed like it was almost effortless based on how few bullets he shot out. Now, half the round still remains for DG to execute onto this site, so they don't need to feel too pressured, but losing one of their hard destructors is big. Nyx will get the nade on to Canadian. That's main stairs, arcade stairs control. NJR, a nice entry over by arcade itself. A second for NJR. Oh boy, what a snap. He hears someone below and he'll adjust for that. Sees the head, reacts to it a little late there, but he's well aware that Bosco is below now and he's going to account for that. Reed is by site, I think in break room, so he could potentially go for a plant. And you can see that Bosco's going to peel. He's realized there's no potential play from that position and he'll adjust.
This is an advantage for Disrupt, and really, unless something goes spectacularly wrong, the only thing they need to be wary about is that C4 from Rampy down below, but I don't know the positioning of the Mute at the moment. Will there be any explosiveness? No, he gets caught. A third kill for NJR, and Bosco against the world with the diffuser planted. Some bullets going out, but he's going to be caught in a crossfire as he has to watch both his left and his right. That's a long-range engagement, but NJR will be thirsting for that fourth kill, and he might be able to get it. What a play from DG. It's Reed credited with the very final kill, and Disrupt managed to break this 2-round trend of SSG, and they'll take their first round.
If there's any one thing that Disrupt excels at, it's finding the gaps in the defense. And, well, Disrupt managed it in that round. They were able to leverage arcade into not only control of the site, but also a plethora of kills. Well played to them for that. It all started, in my opinion, with Canadian being felled over by arcade stairs. That grenade from Nyx was crucial, and if I'm not mistaken, it was on to Canadian's Wamai, which is truly unfortunate given his operator. However, I imagine those Wamai magnets must have been cleared by other players on DG, and that's just the thinness of DG shining it through, and less so the poor play from Canadian, who really had no chance, I guess, if that clear was in fact there. Now, that gave control of upper arcade, which allowed for the entry from NJR. And, you know, we could talk about how the team as a whole leveraged away arcade control, but who else are you putting in that position that's picking off all those players apart from NJR? He walked in and got a double piece. That's on to 2 vigilant SSG players who are ready and expecting that push because they just lost their player by arcade stairs. And that's just the gunplay of NJR shining through. So, credit where credit's due. Big round from NJR, and we move on to a lab defense.
There have been a couple players so far that we've seen in the US division, in the Canada division, and in the US Challenger League where it's very apparent that their own abilities and their own skill level is high enough that they can make plays without the, you know, an entire strat being built around them and their team helping them. And the one thing that often gets overlooked, and we've talked about it before, is how an entry fragger is only as good as the people that are necessarily droning him in and the strategy that's around him. But when you look at somebody like NJR, that round in particular, it was really just on his own shoulders. And he almost gets another kill at the start of round number 4. He and Shuttle both entering upstairs into Cafe, and it looked like Canadian decided to stick around and take an engagement. He's now fallen well off of the push from DG, but SSG don't need to commit to those kinds of fights, especially with the way that you've seen somebody like NJR playing today. And Shuttle has played consistently over the last couple play days as well. You know, it was talked about in the preamble to the show, and you mentioned it as well. These teams are, in terms of fragging power, they've had players who so far through this season have proven that they're not that far off from one another. Now, I think you can argue whether the teams are far off or not, sure. But the gun skill is definitely there from DG, and I think it's a very bold move for SSG to take those fights when they don't need to.
Top 4 clear the priority, but they've actually... Disrupt, I guess I should specify, has not actually done an amazing job so far. You can see Canadian has managed to work his way into the vault. That should have been droned and cleared by the attack earlier in the round. Canadian being left alone to linger is going to hurt the attack later in the round. Speaking of hurting the attack, down goes Nyx to C4 from below. Well placed from Thinking Nade, but who is it if not NJR to start the frags back, this time for DG, as Bosco goes down.
Still waiting to see that fabled NJR Rampy 1v1 matchup that we talked about and posed our question about, but Rampy is actually not playing on any of these roam roles. There's a kill for Reed. It's on to Rampy. It was talked about. He's going to be playing Kaid, and his stat line is not exactly where you need it to be, but still that opening pick for SSG. All the advantage they got has been totally evaporated. Another kill for Reed comes out, and Fultz and Canadian are locked down inside of the bomb site as the members of Disrupt circle over. A flash grenade will just go slightly over the shoulders of Fultz, and another primed and ready for him. He's playing behind what appears to be a package of, well, contraband. There goes NJR down to Canadian on the flank with 15 seconds left. You best hope that those air jabs from the Nomad are going to do good work to keep Canadian locked out of the bomb site, because there's not a lot of time left. Retro almost finished the play, but he gets dropped at the last second. Will somebody be able to pick up that diffuser? The answer? No. What a play from Canadian. Just to hold down the back of the bomb site, stop that diffuser from being planted at the final second, and yet another round goes to SSG because of their time management.
There's this interesting thing that's happening with roaming as of late within Siege. A different kind of dynamic, less of a peel and delay and more of a peel and stay alive. When you have a game that continues to get more and more complex, like Siege, where more utility becomes a factor, time becomes more stressed, and all the layers become hard to surmount for an attacking team, and just having one person stay alive outside of where you can push, outside of where you can exert control as an attacking team, that can debilitate your entire attack, and Canadian played that role perfectly. It's a little bit different than what I would say is a conventional roam role, because it's a little bit more individual. And there's a couple key players who are going to excel at those, and clearly Troy, Canadian, is one of those, so props to him for that. The thing that could have changed there for DG is they could have cleared out Canadian. They could have pushed all the way, taken the whole top floor, and put air jabs on the staircases, right? Had they done that, they wouldn't have had enough time to execute on the site. So your options are very limited when you're attacking, and that roamer exists, and he's capable of just keeping himself alive until the most crucial seconds of the round. And it wasn't just that, too. SSG set up to make that roam valuable. They had the wall open. Imagine that was reinforced. Imagine lab wall was reinforced, as many I'm sure would expect it to be. Very different story.
So we look towards round number 5, and this lineup that's coming in from SSG is similar to what we've seen out of the past couple rounds. In fact, this looks almost identical, except I believe it was a Mira in place of the Legion last time. DG really going heavy on this soft destruction. Zofia, Sledge, and Ash. Now that'll come in handy against deployable shields. That'll come in handy against evil eye cams, or bubbles, as SSG refers to them as. No castle on the board means, though, that your Sledge and your Zo and your Ash are going to have other targets. There are other operators that could be brought as well. Capitao is an option here that could be rolled out from DG, and well, Wamai has shown up a couple times, but SSG hasn't been reliably running him, which means that those fire arrows could actually deal some nasty damage to Space Station.
Capitao certainly is a big operator when not a lot of space to maneuver. Ooh, is this actually Wait, hang on. Is this gonna? There's no way that'll go through,
Oh
right?
my.
Oh,
Try again.
come on. Let's
One
see.
more time.
That's clearly a planned C4, right? So he must know a way to do that. The wall gets opened up though. So no attempt number 2.
I wanted to see it.
Me too.
Brings me back to the old Oregon where it was Mav, I think, from FaZe who dropped it down 2 floors from up an attic.
Mm-hmm.
That was an impressive one.
Okay,
But you can. He's definitely trying to line it up. There you go.
Oh,
Wait for it to get dropped down. You love to see this. And there's 2 members of DG that are there, primed and ready. Can you give a call? There's Nyx. Down it goes.
oh!
Boom!
I can't believe
Say
that
goodbye
worked.
to Nyx. Perfectly lined up.
Wow. And I like how we all get a tutorial for how to do that now. You can see what he's doing with his crosshair. Beautiful stuff. But in the last 40 seconds, now an even man count for both teams. And the attack has got to be frustrated about that one. I mean, what are you going to do about that? They didn't even hear anyone above them because he didn't have to step into the same room.
The attack's going to come out from over towards maintenance. So DG have changed up their push, but ready and waiting at the breach is none other than the man with the minigun himself, essentially Fultz, and there's the Alda to do great damage too, just gunned down. Diffuser dropped as well, and the plume of smoke. DG will now need to go pick it up. A crossfire at the main doorway, and it might be a lockout, but Reed thinks other than it. A 3rd kill for Fultz, but he's trapped, and he'll come right in and get destroyed by Thinking Nade. He gets the first kill, he gets the last kill. 4-1 for SSG. They have now definitively won their defense here on Theme Park.
Well played there to Space Station. That C4 from above, I loved what he did there. You could see he found his spot to stand with the first line. And then he adjusted to make sure his crosshair was level with the second line. And then he put the C4 dot dead center on the bottom of the stain on the wall. And now we all know how to do that C4. That's some beautiful stuff. And it's just absolutely nasty. You know as well as I do, Parker, that's going to be in ranked as soon as tomorrow or even tonight. Now, aside,
I can already tell. Space Station has some pretty good social media. I'll say that.
yeah, they do.
I will begrudgingly admit my appreciation for the Space Station social media team, but I can already foresee the follow these simple steps for an insta-kill in ranked every time. That or some meme video with a bunch of crazy sound effects and air horns when he...
You won't believe how to get this C4 kill.
I was thinking something along the lines of like, boom shakalaka, which is what like Gary Thorne used to say in the old NHL Blitz games, or NHL Hits games rather.
Okay.
There's a lot of, there's great playmaking potential with that meme, Michael. You know, I feel like in all reality, the possibilities are endless.
It's an undervalued, underplayed meme, you think?
But as much as we're going to joke about it, what happened on that take from DG is virtually identical to the last time they attacked Throne, which was in round number 2, just from a different breach. If you remember, the clear from upstairs happened. They managed to open up the wall at the bottom of the stairs, tried to push in that way. They all got gunned down, and because literally 3 members of DG tried to go through the breach hole, didn't work out.
We've been seeing that. Yeah, we've been seeing not just there. Remember Lab? Yeah. Remember when they were all trying to vault in from the site window in Lab?
Yes, I remember the first round. It was very confusing.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a lot of linear takes from DG. I mean, I have to, again, the thing that I must highlight about DG's attacks is that they have an innate ability to find the easiest take, like the pressure point to the site. But then, as you mentioned, Parker, they then make it their only part of their attack. They make it very linear, and it can be odd.
It's a strange one, but one to watch, as this is the final defense now for Space Station, and Theme Park, obviously, is a decidedly defender-decided map. The first line of defense is going to be Bosco. He's playing this deployable shield inside of the vault, and they've dumped in an awful lot of utility to try to clear out the ADSs and magnets that are in play. There's also the volcanic shields of none other than Goyo. There goes the Nitro cell from Rampy. It finds Retro, though, so this NJR Rampy lineup, or matchup rather, has not quite manifested the way that we wanted. It hasn't materialized at all. There goes NJR, though, to Fultz, so the man of the hour is taken out, and the advantage for SSG now is at 2.
Well, luckily, we have potentially 3 maps, only 2 maps to find each other. and I'm sure they will eventually. Interestingly, starting out the day, both of these players, NJR and Rampy, had identical entry stats. 10 entries, 5 deaths on entry. Well, I'm sure they'll meet each other and butt heads at some point. On DG in this round, they really haven't gotten anything done, as you can see. It's quite easily reflected in the scoreboard. And once again, a very linear attack. It's mainly focused on the cash side. If Diffuser down, they'll need to pick that up. Nick's on low HP, so he'll die pretty much in any engagement as long as it's a heads-up one. He's trying to flank, but he'll be called out by the proximity alarm. That's a missed air jab. It might be useful still, but it's not where he wanted it. Bolts will go down to Shuttle, though. That's a good entry, and there's another for Shuttle. Canadian does get nixed, though. That was the player on low HP. Not a huge loss, but still a gun down. Sight control is still far away, as this is just a roam that the attackers are still dealing with. And they won't even find Rampy. Down goes Reed. He's getting his second in a few seconds here, and there it is. There, Shuttle finished off. Rampy and Space Station take another defense.
5-1 by Theme Park's a pretty good result to have. This is Disrupt's map, and while you are now swapping sides as Disrupt with quite the mountain to climb, not all hope is lost. Like I pointed out, in the run-up to the execute on that round, like most maps in this game, you expect the defenders to win more than they're going to lose. I have some worries about DG, though. 3 rounds of the 6, it was very pronounced how straightforward and simplistic those attacks were. And I don't even mean that in a negative way. I just mean that it was obvious that DG only had one goal and there wasn't a lot of nuance to how they were going to attack the bomb site. That, on attack, doesn't necessarily show that you are a weaker team. We know how hard it is for teams to attack. We know how hard it is to come up with a strategy. We know how hard it is for especially newer teams, even though at this point I wouldn't really classify DG as a newer team. It can be to try and coordinate and attack properly, especially when you're going up against a stifling defensive team like SSG, who usually have extremely elaborate setups.
Yeah.
Now that the side swap, I think this is going to give us a much better view of how DG plays this map, because you're going to have the map working in your favor. You're going to bring a composition that looks very similar to what we saw out of SSG on a number of different rounds. DG will likely play it differently, but there's potential for you to roam aggressively upstairs. There's potential for you to barricade yourself down in sight. DG have a couple players that can take gunfights quite readily, and by doing that, they could possibly catch SSG off guard. And I think this round is more than anything, I think it's make or break. That is a break, though. Retro gets put to rest 10 seconds into the round, and the man who had probably his worst day of professional Rainbow Six last week now finds himself with 9 kills, 2 deaths, old Fultzy Poo with the opening pick.
It's been rough for Retro on the other hand. You mentioned breaks. It seems like he has been on one for most of this map so far. It's not been his. And you have those. Every player has those, so keep that in mind. I think what that really... We've talked about this in the past, Parker. I can't remember when it was, but it was years ago now. But when you have players like Retro who can perform, or Bosco, or Canadian, who haven't gotten on the scoreboard as much as you expect them to, all that means is when they have their moment, when they have their opportunity, it will change so much. It will alter the flow of the match so drastically from what we're currently seeing. And that just means in my eyes right now for DG, there's still a lot of potential for them to start putting these rounds on the board. And it's not going to be this round, obviously, for Retro, but certainly can be future rounds, especially, as you mentioned, as we transition on the second half. The roam is working pretty well, actually. I think that's the second Mozzie pest that's hacked a drone. And that's good efficiency there. If you can get 2 out of 3, you're sitting pretty.
Mozzie's been an interesting character in terms of his pick rate, as we've seen it plummet quite a bit. And, well, while Shuttle's gadget might be working well, that Nitro Cell won't. It misses Rampy, who's going to be sledging above. That was the role that Nyx was on attack. And, well, you can see that even despite the Mozzie pests working well, there's still some pings inside of the site. Another C4 lined up this time from Nyx. He's got it in hand, ready to rip at some point. That upstairs pressure from SSG has not been alleviated yet. You've got 40 seconds to go, and you're going to need to hit the site pretty hard. Fultz getting droned in. There's the Jaeger, puzzlingly missing, but immediately refragged by Bosco. Still the advantage for SSG. But trading out is not going to benefit Disrupt. It does, however, help them. The clock is getting as low as it is.
C4, second time's the charm possibly, but no. Rampy will hear it and dodge. An easy one for him. And he'll whip out his own explosive in an attempt to get that kill. But an ADS will save the player by Forge. Not much time for SSG to go for that execute, and they don't have the hard destruction they want. There's 2 for Reed, big kills. He's got 35 bullets still, but he'll be downed. It's all on Shuttle to stay alive against Thinking Nade and Rampy. And he'll do just that! Seconds on the clock, and the rush from DG just... Or not DG, that's SSG. I'm not sure why it says DG. Well, the rush from SSG is not going to net the results they want. DG will stay in it, if but barely.
By the skin of their teeth, they won that round.
Yep.
I think there's 1 extra second, and you've got the pistol in play, and you're able to at least engage in the gunfight with the Mozzie, though Shuttle is not somebody that is always used to losing those. Reed putting up work that you see from Maestro, and both teams now have done the exact same thing with Maestro, which is just hunker down, hold an angle, and just, all to go brr. That's it. And just people get fed into the machine.
You can't
really. That round is a bit of a puzzling one. There were a couple mistakes committed by both teams. Number 1, the drone work, obviously not the strongest from SSG right off the hop as they tried to navigate around the Mozzie pests. You noted that there were 2 drones that were picked up. It seemed like those are valuable pieces of utility that the attackers didn't have available for them in the stretch. And even when they were droning in, Fultz puzzlingly lost that fight to NJR when he had the Jaeger dead to right. Now, yeah, it gets traded off, but you've still lost a pivotal operator. And, if the Zofia has utility left, some gas left in the tank, then that's dying with her. The attackers have one common theme, which is that their utility often goes with them when they die. Some defenders don't have that same issue. So, it was interesting to watch the way that SSG had to navigate around it, and I really do wonder if the Mozzie was the big difference maker. Because SSG are usually so proficient at droning. They're usually so confident with the way they're able to entry and get those picks. And even though they were gifted an early kill onto Retro, it didn't really play out like a 4v5 for the rest of the round.
No, it did feel a little bit different. I mean, I think it mostly comes down to the time. We were talking about that with actually Disrupt on their attacking side too. Time management's not an easy thing to do right now, and while the roam for DG was distinctly different than the one from SSG, for the round that we just saw at least, it still did manage to waste the time that was expected of it. So that's well done there if you're DG. The Mozzie does not survive in that scenario, or if it's not a few seconds left on the clock, in my opinion. This is a nice spot here from Shuttle. He'll be able to pick off this kill if he lands his shot, but he'll miss it, and Fultz won't. Nice headshot landed there for SSG, and while Fultz is put to low HP, 25, he's still got his utility, and as you mentioned, Parker, since utility is usually lost with the attackers when they die, that's very valuable in of itself. He'll be able to get things like that shield in the hallway and alleviate one extra piece of utility that could have hindered his team.
It's a full frontal defense right now from DG with how aggressively they're playing this. Nyx has been called to arms right next to NJR as they watch that jump in by the arcade machines and holding the cafe balcony. They're going to be defending the bomb site nearby, which is the Bunk's daycare bomb site. So, of course, as full frontal or all offense or all out or whatever you want to call it style of defense this is, I mean, you're technically holding very close to the site and you can get called back relatively fast. Late setup from DG, though, is 1 minute left. They know that the push is going to come from over towards Cafe rather than over on Initiation on the other side where Reed is playing off of. So while Reed will sit and wait on this mural window, the rest of his team will be tasked with stopping a Cafe-based push and trying to just cut off line of sight of the 2 smokes that get tossed out from Bosco. The Jackal will prevent Reed from being able to see much. Rampy, the side push with NJR on a flank, takes out Fultz. He's still on the Cafe stairs. Bosco lands the better shots. A sizable advantage now for SSG with 30 seconds left. Both Reed and Retro are holding the east side of the bomb site. They'll need to push on in as Canadian goes for the plant. Reed does just that, taking out Rampy, but he gets smoked on the stairs. Out dueling, thinking Nate is Retro. It's a 1v2. Canadian falls off that defuse. 15 seconds left. I don't think they know the location of Retro, so Bosco will need to try to fix his sights towards where the mute is playing. Retro is only on 20 HP, so he's going to die to any bullet from any of these guns in play. Canadian getting that diffuser down. Retro running out of time. There's the successful defuse, and a play around the arcade machines will be his undoing. Bosco cleans up, and SSG with that will move to match point.
Beautiful execute there, and a nice save from SSG. The way they pivoted around their opponents was perfect. Canadian's ability to get the plant behind the desk, that was key. He sized up where his opponent went, and he reacted accordingly. Unfortunate for Retro, nice try on the clutch, just not enough in the end, and the HP was a big factor there, of course, but the positioning was key. So once again, Arcade being the leverage point for the attack to take control of the site and then get a successful execute onto Daycare. We've seen that before by DG. It's good stuff for SSG. Nice read there from Bosco on the main staircase. That could have been a nice flank from NJR that would have resulted in a very different story, but not so because Bosco's there. He's landing his shots. And SSG will take the round as a result of that clean sweep. No real hindrance put up by DG on the arcade side clear. That's key. You could see they kind of had to adapt to the way the attack was coming out. And they did not put their foot down on any of the holds. And when they did, or when they tried to, I guess I should say, they were, well, eliminated.
A lot on the line here on their map, and honestly, this really could already be over by now. Not trying to undersell Disrupt, but this has really been a stifling match for them.
Yeah.
SSG has smothered them in most of these rounds and have played the clock when they were on defense, and then almost was able to do the same, though falling victim to it when they moved to attack. Honestly, I have to wonder what the thought process was behind picking a map like Theme Park, because the choices of the operator lineups that they ran on attack after the castle ban, the way that they attacked the bomb sites without it looking like they effectively droned, or maybe they were droning and then they just didn't get enough information, or maybe they're just wrestling with the fact that they couldn't commit to where they wanted to push. But there was obviously a high amount of predictability that SSG was able to counter, and they countered it without really breaking much of a sweat. A lot of those rounds were not close. And if they're not able to fix this, you're going to be playing up against probably the best clubhouse team in North America. And you're going to be going to it on your back foot. It's not the spot you want to find yourself in if you're DG.
No, it's certainly looking a lot like SSG in full control here. I'm sure that SSG got put on check, put on notice when they were put to this position. I mean, this is a decider match after all. And who's expecting other than SSG to be taking a spot out of a group into, you know, the upper group in the next phase? It would be surprising if they were to descend here, and I think that they're playing accounting for that. I think that SSG is really not taking any risks. I mean, you could see that reflected in their play. It's very thorough. They're about as on point as it gets, and they're just trying to be careful. DG, on the other hand, I mean, they're playing really well. I'll be honest, and I know that the scoreline is stifling, but DG's been doing their darndest. They've been playing to their best ability, and they're not having a bad match. And JR is going to get rampy in this round, so that head-to-head that has been ever so elusive, we're going to start with NJR getting the kill.
Finally. So those of you that have NJR stocks right now,
they're going
you can
up.
sell high.
Yeah.
If you want, as he gets that pick. Late drone work being done, and just a narrow miss from Bosco as the mute of Nyx is able to continue to fall back into arcade. And the C7E of Bosco was ready for it, but he looked away at the very final seconds. This is a defense of Lab down below, and it doesn't look like Space Station is cleared upstairs at all, because NJR and the Vigil of Shuttle are still up there right now, and they persist, and will continue to do so for 30 seconds. But just as I say that, Fultz makes me eat my own words. The Pulse of Reed is also spotted in the middle of the bomb site. NJR picks up his second kill. Fultz in hot pursuit above, but forever now, This Jaeger is just able to stay out of reach. SSG might be beaten by the clock here as Nyx just splatters Bosco down below. And Foltz with 2 kills add to his tally. He's now in a 1v2 and he's going to need to ace, but he's miles away from the diffuser and I think he knows. It's an act of frustration. He's not going to get very close at all. 2 in a row from DG as they start to mount, or rather 2 of 3 so far for DG on defense as they start to mount their comeback.
A solid hold out there by DG. Again, a lot of it's going to come down to time. We've seen the majority of these defensive rounds actually looking like time-oriented rounds, no matter what the end result is. Lab, as the site, working out fairly well, actually, surprisingly well. And again, a lot of that coming down to the roam play. We've talked about that at length, but it's more of the same here for DG. We'll be going to Armory Throne for the next round. So far, I could definitely see the comeback from DG. I think there's a possibility there. Although, as much as that was a DG round, that last one, it was still very close. I mean, give Foltz, I don't know, 20 seconds more, and I am not putting it past him to clutch that out. I think it's certainly possible. So, I don't know. This is definitely looking still like a comfortable spot for SSG, despite that last round.
Obviously promising signs here from Disrupt. And I didn't mean that disparagingly when I was talking earlier about how they didn't seem to be the most prepared on a map like Theme Park. This map, as I said, it could already be over based on the way that one round broke in particular. But DG has beaten my expectations in both of their matchups. I don't know about you, but for me, they overperformed what I expected out of this team.
Yes.
And I think that's relatively fair to say. This is a big brain play as we now look at Nyx, who's lying prone in the doorway and waiting for somebody to rappel on up.
This is such a big brain play. It's a brain out of body play. And it'll work because it's such a big brain play. Down goes Foltz. And I guarantee you the comms of Foltz is like, why is he there?
Well, he doesn't even necessarily know where he's getting shot from, right? Yeah. There's no kill cams. I mean, I'm sure he has an idea, but he's just... I bet for Foltz it was a... What?
That's the top performer for SSG, by the way. Look at those kills. Look at this scoreboard right now. And DG is already looking like 6-4, and we just started the round.
It's also a Zofia with a Jaeger, a Wamai, and a Maestro on the board.
Yeah.
So that is a huge blow in terms of clearing out what will remain of Disrupt's defensive setup here now. And not only is it a blow to the confidence of Foltz, but it also could completely unravel the strategy that SSG has. Now those Capitao arrows, far more likely to get caught by the magnets. Those frag grenades from Rampy, far more likely to get tagged by ADSs. You are in significantly worse shape as an attacking team, and I think SSG is well aware of this. It will make it more challenging, but equally, if not more impressive, if they're able to get themselves out of this corner that they've been backed into by DG.
Electrocog going up on the wall. ADS attempting to be cleared out there. There's 2 ADSs there, of course. You can stack them up since the Thatcher is banned. You don't have to worry about that. Retro is also juggling his magnets. As you can see, he's got a stock of them. 2 still in his pocket, ready to be used. Here comes the nade, though, to destroy the Electroclaw. The question is, are there more Electroclaws? It doesn't look like there are. So this will be an easy open wall, as every explosive the defense throws out will miss. Reed does not successfully impact trick that. I believe the Thermite was placed low on the wall. So well done to SSG. They get maintenance open despite all of the resistance that DG put up.
It was 9 flashbangs, by the way. Something I overlooked when Foltz went down was that you really actually don't have that much of a shortage of throwables if you're looking at Space Station's lineup. So they were very well prepared, and they had some added insurance that given that Foltz went down. So the challenge is now going to be to try to go through the breach that's open up, and both Retro as well as Reed will be staring intently at that opening. DG struggled on this exact task when they were on attack. Will SSG be any better? There's only 20 seconds left to find out. Rampy swings in, punishes Retro. Bosco collapses on Reed. There go the 2 most important operators to hold this one down, and now you've also opened up barrels. Maintenance and barrels are clear sailing. But NJR comes in, strikes towards Canadian. A kill from Shuttle will lower SSG's odds of winning this round. A fire arrow moves Shuttle out of position, but you've got 5 seconds left to pull this off. Diffuser going down for Bosco, but there's no way he's getting it in time. He gets Nitro Cell. That's the round. DG, they hold on. An impressive closeout as they now pick up their 4th round to try and send this to overtime.
The swiftness of the responses to the anchor positions by SSG was beautiful, and yet DG still somehow, in the end, managed to stifle that attack. Beautiful job to NJR for the flank over by Dragon. You saw the Nomad in Dragon unable to react to his flank because he had to hold his teammate, allowing for the plant. Neither of those happened, though. Nomad gets flanked, NJR takes him down. And it's as easy as 1, 2, 3 for that C4 to come from inside of sight. Shuttle having a banger of a round there, not only hurting the initial entry from the attack into Throne, but also getting the final kill and stopping that diffuser plant. Overall, the execution there from SSG was well considered, and the utility from them, especially the Capital bolts, were well placed. Their use of flashes and grenades to get the wall open despite impact tricking and Kaid Electroclaws, beautiful job. And yet still, they cannot win the attack. Still, the linear execution through the wall is exceptionally difficult, and DG wins it in the end. I mean, beautiful job. Beautiful job to DG still.
A big part of what comes with bringing a Mozzie and a Mute is that you have to really take stock of where you're going to drone out, right? And it didn't really seem like SSG focused too much on outside of where the 2 breaches were, and that's how NJR was able to fly under that radar and basically pop up and just sow total dissension amongst SSG's ranks. And that's really where I feel like that first domino fell against SSG. They swung in, they got the pick on the Wamai, they had pressure inside of barrels, they took out the Maestro. In a perfect world with the way that most teams defend on this map, you have now cleared out all of Throne. You can walk in behind the Throne, you can start to get the plant down. Almost nothing can stop you. Because unless there's a flank coming from inside of barrels or inside of maintenance, they're likely in the other part of the bomb site, which is very easy to hold from those 2 breaches. Yet that's not the case, in large part because of that off-site play that we've seen for a couple rounds here on Disrupt, where it's either NJR or it's Shuttle or maybe even Nyx playing in a way that is unpredictable. And because you only have so many drones and because you only have so much time and because Theme Park is a big map and because there's a Mozzie, because there's a Mute, yada, 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 you can't exactly know the exact whereabouts of DG. And like I said, a lot of credit must go to NJR for the way that he flew under that radar, but additionally the way the rest of DG set that up so that even when you lost the 2 most important operators holding those breaches, you were still able to counterpunch and knock out SSG.
Parker, I like how actual practical analysis of the utility within Siege is followed immediately by yada, yada, yada. And it's so appropriate.
There's just so much!
It's appropriate, though. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not like you're doing anything wrong. It's just like, yeah, yada, yada, yada. All the layers. There's a lot to deal with. SSG is going to try and open up the initiation wall. This is a little bit different. It is a roam clear here, and Rampy will get one in initiation with a well-placed grenade. That went all the way from deep control window into deep initiation on the north side to get that kill.
Must have bounced because we saw it looked like Canadian was aware of the position being held from the Mozzie as he was going towards that wall, but still a nice throw. Rampy has really been hitting his nades effectively when he was on that Buck roll, and obviously Buck doesn't have nades anymore, and as such you've seen a swap, and Sledge's rate has just absolutely surged. 14 kills for Fultz. Goodbye to Retro. Retro's not having the luckiest game at all. But what it will do is allow SSG to be up 5v3 with 40 seconds left. They still sit on match point. This really could be map number 1.
Yep. It's looking a lot like it right now. Bosco's going to take a little bit of damage there from the TCSC-12, but not as much as it would have been prior to that weapon's nerf. You got to be landing the headshots at that range, or you're not going to be as effective as you'd like. Initiation wall being open is kind of interesting, but it's not really going to matter as Bosco's landing his shots through the open hole. That's a really unfortunate moment there for Shuttle. And JR now against the world, and on low HP to boot. Post plant in 3, 2, 1, and now he's got to find 3 as he gets his second. Beautiful headshot onto Rampy. So the NJR tally versus Rampy continues to go in his favor.
I think it's 3-0 now, by the way.
I believe so. Punch hole will give him some visual into initiation, but he doesn't know where his opponents are. He has to check for all 3. Finds one. Pre-fires but doesn't check the right corner. Beautiful job. Canadian will lock it out, and SSG take map number 1.
The NJR Rampy feud might be 3-0, but the more important scoreline is 7-4, which is the same one that Space Station defeated E United with earlier on this same map. And SSG will go up 1-0, snatching Disrupt's map away from them. And if I'm DG, I'm not necessarily happy with this outing, but at the same time, I do think there were some bright spots. And yes, NJR's play, not just against Rampy, but against everybody, is something that I think that they can take a lot of stock in.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to be in the lead for the community vote, at least out of map number 1. So there's that. And they might very well just win the community vote for the series, but that's not obviously what really matters. With the stakes being as high as they are, you really want to be taking these series.
So we set our sights to Clubhouse's map number 2, but before we get there, we'll give your legs a little bit of a break, allow you to grab some water. We've got a break, and then the analysts to take us through map number 1.
Welcome back, I'm Jackie Jing, and I'm with Veli and Jesse, and Map 1 Theme Park, SSG takes it, defeating Disrupt. Gentlemen, I want to talk to you about choosing Theme Park. And Tara was questioning that choice. DG got smothered. Jesse, what do you think the thought process was behind that choice?
I mean, I don't know. Obviously, it's one of Space Station's best map. They were undefeated. It's new, but like they were still undefeated on it coming into it today. Their record will improve from 2-0 to 3-0. And I assumed, like, because they played it pretty recently, Disrupt Gaming thought, you know what, they've got a certain set of strategies. We know those strategies because we've done our VOD review. Let's get crazy. Let's ban the castle. Let's counter all their strats and let's win this map. And clearly that's not what happened. I think a couple things went wrong there. The first being that SSG brought in a lot of new strats, right? There were a lot of like mirror things that were going on the top floor, which I thought was really interesting. Space Station Gaming continue to prove that they've just got new stuff after new stuff after new stuff. Like their catalog of strats must go so far back. They clearly weren't running out anytime soon. So it felt like the strategies were really, really solid from Space Station Gaming, and then Disrupt Gaming just couldn't really nail down any of their attacks in the first half, except for one. So it was really lost in the first half when they couldn't really deal with Space Station's holds.
Yeah, one of the things that really stood out to me, Jackie, so you take a look at the E United match when they played Space Station on this map, okay? You take away Jaeger, so both of these teams, they took away an operator to slow down SSG and speed up the game, right? And it hasn't worked. You take away Jaeger to stop any type of utility burn. All right, SSG still found a way around that. You take Castle away, that SSG used against E United to slow down the roam clear, but that didn't even matter in the end. So like Jesse said, their catalog of strats just outweigh anything out there, and they're a big shout out to Luke and Lycan.
Yeah. All right, let's focus a little bit more on DG. And Veli, we were talking about this during the match. You've noticed a pattern with DG's attack. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, so Jackie, and I hope you don't take offense, there's two things that are just stupid and it doesn't make sense to me. One of them is the fact that women believe in astronomy signs. The second is the fact that Disrupt Gaming, they don't.
Astrology, not
same
astronomy.
thing, same thing. The second thing is that Disrupt Gaming, they don't believe in droning. There's so many times I see them push into site or the perimeter of the site, and they don't look for roamers. They don't roam clear, and they focus on attacking the roamers when they try to retake the site. That doesn't work against teams like Space Station Gaming, and we all saw it before. There's no reason why they're vaulting through a window into Thinking Aid's shotgun. There's no reason why they're trying to open up walls in the site and start their attack when they're getting hit with C4s from above by Thinking Aid as well. So shout out to Thinking Aid for being amazing on both of those instances, but you have to do better. Against a team like this, you cannot undermine what's happening around the rest of the map. You just can't.
And Veli, you were talking about how awesome Thinking Aid was. Jesse, you and I were going crazy during that C4 play on Nyx. Can you talk to me a little bit more about SSG C4 play?
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of like really good examples of like C4s that have been practiced for clearly hours, right? Where they've just been going into custom lobbies and practicing these angles. Obviously, we got like the full like setup. Our observer was on Thinking Aid the whole time, where he's lining up his crosshair. He's making sure he's staying in the right spot. He aims particularly right here, and then the C4 goes through the grates and it gets that kill, which is like really important in that round. The round after that as well, in round number 6, the final defense Space Station had, it was a beautifully thrown C4, perfectly timed C4 from Rampy that ended up denying the cache wall from being opened up into Office. It killed Retro on the hard destructor, on the thermite, and it stopped the wall from being opened, which is like, that's huge. Now the attack got to be funneled all in through one angle, and you're totally out of luck if you're Disrupt Gaming. So really clutch C4s to end out the defense from Space Station Gaming, and those were some really big round winning plays.
Okay, and Veli, Fultz woke up. I think his ears were burning a little bit. You were saying something like Fultz went missing last game, but he did extremely well this one.
Yeah, Fultz, he didn't even exist, let's be honest, last week.
Yeah.
But like I said, pre-game, Fultz outright is gonna be the best player in the lobby. He has the capability of doing that, and he did it. But you know what? It's more about Disrupt feeding him. And him just being patient. Fultz was an opportunist, especially as Maestro. When you're Maestro and you're sitting on site, I mean, what's better than having 2-3 people run in your line of sight when you have the outer in your hands, right? But also on attack, Fultz, not the flashiest player out there, but he was securing his 1v1s. When Shuttle peeked him from Cafe, he was able to clock him in the head. It's those opportunities and those isolated 1v1 moments that makes Fultz so great. And they didn't have to give him those types of peaks or advantages in those gunfights.
Yeah, and I want to say, while NJR probably had more flashy plays in that matchup, I think that Fultz was the more consistent player, and he probably did contribute more overall to his squad. And it's nice to see, because it's clearly just a huge difference from what we saw on the last playday. Obviously, yeah, I mean, some kills were just Fultz to stand in a corner with Naldo and 3 players running at him. Sure. But a lot of his kills were just like really solid. Fultz is entering, and we can rely on him to win these 1v1s.
He ain't missing shots, Jackie.
No.
Yes, certainly not. Some valid points, gentlemen. But really quickly, we want to talk about our community poll. And the question, we were talking about NJR versus Rampy. Who will kill each other the most? And the results actually They said 74%. Rampy 26% said NJR, but our casters were actually telling us that NJR is up. So
Yeah.
sorry, community. Y'all guessed wrong there, but yeah. Anyway, y'all, really quickly, I do want to ask you, how do we think map 2 is going to go down? Veli, I'm going to put you in the hot seat first.
Ain't no hot seat. I said Space Station. We saw they played on Theme Park. If Disrupt, they play the same way on attack, this isn't going to bode well for them, period. And it doesn't have to do with their gun skill or anything like that. It's just game planning. NGR is getting kills, and quality kills at that. They're efficient. The rest of these players are playing extremely well. Shuttle almost had a huge round first round. But if they continue playing attack without droning and getting rid of roamers and people that could disrupt game-winning scenarios, they're going to lose outright. It's going to be a 2-0 for Space Station.
Disrupt game-winning scenarios. I see what you did there, Veli. Jesse, I guess you're kind of in the hot seat. How are you feeling?
I don't know. I mean, that didn't look great from Disrupt. I think it was even maybe more one-sided on Theme Park than the scoreline suggests. So I don't feel great about DG going into Clubhouse, but I think it'll be better for them because this is a map that also it's great for Space Station, but at least Disrupt have proven that they can come here and they can win on this map. So obviously roam clear is going to be a big problem for them. Space Station Gaming kind of, engineered roaming on this map in a lot of ways. So Disrupt are going to struggle still in that sense. I think they might do a little bit better, but yeah, right now it's looking like Space Station will still take this best of 3.
All right, will Disrupt Gaming turn things around, or will SSG stay strong? Don't go anywhere, folks. We got map 2 next, Clubhouse. We'll be right back.
All right, everybody, it's time for our second map, and we'll see if it'll settle the score between SSG and Disrupt. Spoilers for those of you that weren't here for the very first map. It was Disrupt's map on Theme Park, went in favor of SSG. So here we have it, the win condition. Their map. Can SSG close it out in just 2 maps? Pretty quick order. What do you think, Michael?
Yeah, probably. I mean, we're going on to Clubhouse. This is a map that historically strongly favors Space Station. Yes, as Jesse had mentioned, Clubhouse has been played recently by Disrupt. They beat United on it, the team that keeps coming brought up as the reference for both of these squads. But I still would give the edge to Space Station. I mean, they're confident here. They picked it. They wanted to go here. They've been a good map or a good team on this map for a long time. So the expectation is there.
We'll get into it because we don't want to waste any time. 7-4 was the scoreline for Theme Park. Will SSG fare just as well or even better on their map, or will Disrupt, what is their saying? Gun it back, I believe. There's an awful lot on the line here for both of these teams. SSG obviously have the upper hand. Oregon will be our third map if required. We'll head into the operator ban phase and see if there's any difference from what we witnessed on Theme Park through the 2 attacker bans. The answer, no.
Okay, it's going to be another one of these. And on another hard destruction heavy site, or well, not site, map, pardon me. I can't get the words today. Now, Maverick and Thatcher being eliminated will suggest a Kali, of course, as you mentioned during Theme Park, Parker. But Kali isn't super fun to play on Theme Park. She's okay on Clubhouse. Either way, she's kind of an uncomfortable pick. And with the Kayi ban, that certainly does alleviate a little bit of the pressure that you're feeling as a hard destruction team. So we might see some Kali here. It's certainly possible, in fact, likely with the bans and the map, but it's not necessary. Some of these walls there are other ways to get around the bandit batteries or mute jammers that are going to be placed on the walls apart from Kali, so you don't have to sacrifice a gun if you don't want to.
If you're looking at a bomb site like CCTV Cache, if there's an Electric Claw, Bandit Battery, or Mute Jammer, you can take care of those from below. If you're looking at Gym or Master, you can do the same thing with a construction wall by taking Logistics, or you can even take the main stairs or open up some of Gym and get a clear angle all the way to the wall over by Jacuzzi. If you're attacking down below, the Kaid Electric Claws are likely going to go. In this case, Kaid is banned, so we're not going to see him, but just continuing with how you take care of them. You can just simply grenade the top of the hatch or get a sledge to blow up around that hatch in kitchen, which is visible or was visible for about a second there on your screen. You can also open up the top of that church wall and drop a frag grenade down and take out Electric Claws, Bandit Batteries, Mute Jammers that'll be behind it. Everything I just said, though, like, Kaid is banned, so you won't have to worry about his Electric Claws, which means that taking the hatches to the downstairs bomb site will be a little bit easier for the attackers. Not necessarily by much, but it's just one layer that they won't have to worry about. Echo is, of course, soft banned, so having Wamai and Kaid removed will change away the round that this, or change away, rather, the way the teams work around the defense. It is a downstairs bomb site defense for SSG, and using their patented roam strategy, which involves a castle, a mute, a vigil, sometimes a mozzie, it looks like SSG is quite committed to defending this first and second floor.
SSG was one of the original teams to bring out this strategy, and they're going to whip it out once again. It's a known quantity, and I'm sure that Disrupt are ready and prepared to deal with it. You've got control of Garage, so already a decent start. Claymore at the top of the ladder will make climbing that ladder obviously impossible for a defender unless they've got an explosive of some sort to clear out the Claymore. DG have already pushed off all of the roamers on the east side of the building, despite having not pushed upstairs just yet. They're going to do so, I'm sure, soon. Nyx playing the Montaigne is just pushing his way into blue right now, though. That's the main focus for Disrupt. With the blue control, they can go straight into sight, and they're doing just that. That's Diffuser in sight. Dirt tunnel's open, Retro's inside. He can cut off the rotation, and Montaigne can go for a plant as long as DG maintain control of blue. That's not a guaranteed thing, though. Blue could easily be retaken, and it looks like it's attempting to be so as the Legion opens up the angle. They'll lose the fight, and JR hitting that one and giving his team a distinct edge in this site control.
I don't think DG knows the layout, though, of this defensive setup, because you still haven't seen the Monty attempt to plant just yet. There you go. Finally, Nyx is going to be able to pull it off right in the middle of the smoke. Foltz gets covered in bullets from Retro playing inside of dirt. This angle being held from both NJR as well as Retro works so effectively. A nice shot from Bosco onto NJR. Thinking Nade gets one too. We're back to a 3v3. This will effectively be a 2v3 as the Montaigne will not really be a factor. He's going to get impact grenaded though. No real damage done. This is trying times for Space Station as they're going to have to try to dislodge the Monty. Shuttle all the way down, and Oil Pit takes out Rampy. And there goes the Maestro as well to Retro. Thinking Nade finished off by Shuttle. Seemed like everybody from Disrupt got in on the action there except for the Montaigne. But that was played perfectly. Disrupt understood that they needed to hit the back of Arsenal. They do so in a hurry, and SSG scrambled to get their footing. The first round goes to DG.
Well played there to DG. That attack strategy was perfect to counter the roam that we saw from SSG. Now, I said in the beginning it was a known quantity and an expected result. I think if you're playing against SSG, you're going to anticipate them to defend the bottom floor in that manner. Now, you said, Parker, it might not be possible, or it might not be that DG is aware in this instance how the defense was holding due to the delay of the plan, and that's certainly possible, but either way, the blue take for DG, it either was coincidence and lined up to counter it, or they knew and they brought it out intentionally. Either which way about it, it worked out as well as it could have. And SSG, while they did put in some serious work to try and retake there, while the plant was going down, or before the plant went down even, they lost those heads-up gunfights. A big part of that, in my eyes, was actually NJR with the initial kill onto Canadian. Because if Elysian takes down NJR, then your Montaigne is exposed to the blue side. He's effectively stranded, unable to attempt a plant. And yes, Retro is inside of dirt, so he can cover quite a lot. There's no way he's going to be able to exert all of that pressure onto blue and the Maestro deep inside of Arsenal at the same time. So good teamwork there for DG. Great coverage and really important kill for NJR.
Shuttle ended up going to blue, but much later, and even then he was deep down by Oil Pit, and I don't think I was wondering if he was trying to maybe cut off somebody from the defense that wanted to push up main stairs and rotate over towards the blue stairs, because you had basically everywhere else being watched, but there didn't seem to be anybody from Disrupt that was watching the bottom of main stairs. Given the way that they did their setup, they didn't really need to focus too much on Church, because even if the defenders are playing in Church or by main stairs, they have to cross your line of sight to get to the bomb and to get to the diffuser and to get to the Montane. So that's my assumption with the way that DG had that set up. Now, if you look at the lineup from DG, it's going to be basically the same, but their focus is now going to shift from that bottom floor bomb site up top to CCTV cache, which is going to be where SSG goes for their second defense. It's not as straightforward bringing a Montane and attacking that top stairs site as it is to go and push very quickly into Church or Arsenal.
Yeah, a lot of crossfires that can be established here by the defense, and you've got to be worried about that if you're Nyx. First step, though, for DG seems to be C4 or grenade from below, open up the wall, deny the bandit tricking, and JR will get rampy, but Canadian will eliminate Nyx. That's your Montane gone. Thinking nade downed by, you guessed it, a nade from below. And he will possibly be revived, as obviously there are no point notifiers for the attack, or, well, the defense. No one gets point notification, so they didn't know they downed him, but now that the wall's open, NJR can see him clearly, and it'll be an easy cleanup for him. 1 minute left. Man advantage, but they've lost Montane, which means taking Garage is going to be much more difficult. And since there is still a defender in Garage, Bosco, he should be able to deny this push in this plant for a decent chunk of time with his 3 gas canisters.
I know this doesn't matter, but just one thing I want to comment on. Fultz is running the MIBR skin on Maestro when there's an SSG skin for it, is there not? So.
Oh, yeah, I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah. Anyway, 50 seconds in Fultz's position over by Construction. He's looking for anybody that's over by Garage, which you could hear the panel explode on, and that's Bosco giving him the information, and it works out quite well. Long range, Fultz takes out Shuttle, and Shuttle, a great player, obviously. You don't want him in a position where he can't really do all that much. This is a duel to the death from Bosco and Reed as a toxic canister goes down, or it's actually Retro, mind you. NJR punishing at the opening. Ooh. 4 kills for him. He collects the down. Fultz now next in line of sight. NJR only needs 1 to complete them all. Lots of damage done from Fultz onto Retro. He'll get stunned from NJR. The positioning given away. Fultz rotates around towards the top of red, but it's NJR with the ace. He gets every single kill. How's that for a statement? DG's newest member putting in work and Disrupt up 2-0.
NJR started the day statistically around 6th place in North America, and he might just end the day higher. It's been a fantastic series for him despite his team's inability to lock out rounds and maps. And thus far in this map, it's looked like much the opposite. While we've had NJR still performing, his team is also putting up the rounds. Now, a lot of you are going to go to the, well, it's Clubhouse. This is even more momentous because DG is winning on attack, and I don't mean to diminish that because it's pretty impressive the way that DG is putting these rounds together. But strangely, I'm not sure why exactly, but strangely in the US division, Clubhouse is the least defensible map alongside Villa. Both of them have a 48% success rate on defense, and that's in stark contrast to Oregon's 73% defense success rate, or Coastline's puzzling 75% defense success rate. Of course, that's Coastline's only off of 1 map, so pinch of salt on that one. But still, the point stands. Right now, we're seeing DG take the rounds that apparently they should be taking. That last round, though, really? That's just NJR.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds remaining.
NJR really did save that round. I was watching as the Monty went down and just thought to myself, this could completely unravel everything that DG was bringing. And I mean, you don't want to overlook the fact as well that that Clubhouse is attacker-sided. That is a bit strange.
It is
something that you and I actually talked about before we got into this match. Mm-hmm. You never thought you'd see the day.
And yet here we are.
And here we are.
Yeah.
And I do wonder how much of this plays into the Echo ban as well.
It's true.
Echo not being available has totally shaken up the defender bans, and, you know, the defense are technically down an operator, and if we kept seeing the same old Mira Echo bans, then maybe things would be, you know, going the way that we're used to. But
I mean, you're always going to get that ebb and flow, right? With not only attacker sided, defender sided on maps, but you know, in the meta. And Echo is just he's a large procession, right? That's a big change. The inability to bring an Echo is going to upset no matter what, because of how influential he is as an operator. And of course it's gonna factor in here. I think there's layers to it too. I mean, a lot of teams are really comfortable attacking on the site as well. Or not the site, but this map. I don't know why I keep making that confusing call.
So SSG are obviously not very comfortable with how things are working out right now, as they've abandoned that church defense downstairs. They've swapped it up to cache CCTV. That didn't work for them. And now they're over on Gym Master. Will this prove to be any more successful? Well, I mean, your guess is as good as mine, but this is a troubling sign for Space Station to be starting out as sluggish as they have so far. That last round, to be fair, really does boil down to NJR just going superhuman, and I think Lycan has actually said this in the exit interviews, post-game interviews, where sometimes a player just gets hot and they just win you around, and it doesn't matter how good your strats may be, it's hard to contain a player when they're playing like that. It could be the case with NJR in round number 2.
Shuttle from below, I believe, was the one to get that shield with a grenade. Rampy gets Retro peeking onto the south balcony, but NJR at least gets the refrag. I will say, though, critique to NJR, small little tidbit here. Retro probably shouldn't have been allowed to die there. At least he gets the refrag, though. Not every player is going to land that shot, so props to NJR for that. Shuttle eliminated by Thinking Nade, though, so it gets even worse for Disrupt as they attempt to entry the site. Pulse gets downed in the site. On the main stairs, down goes Thinking Nade. Those are 2 SAS operators gone. Bosco, though, answering back, getting rid of the man, the myth, the legend, NJR. So it's all on Reed in a 1v2, as Nyx is the second casualty inflicted by Bosco. Beautiful shot from Reed. The 1v1 now. Bosco, 1 shot from death. The firebolt pinning him into the corner. Easy pre-fire, and he loses it! Incredible stuff, Reed! Bosco, an easy lockout with the headshot, apparently, and SSG will take the round.
Line them up. Oh man, that's a nail biter. That is a nail biter. And honestly, another impressive round from Disrupt, and despite the scoreline, that could have very easily been one that they win. Man, DG have brought it all so far in this matchup. They've done some pretty basic stuff. You have nothing that I'm seeing out of DG has really been that revolutionary. They're bringing a lineup that works on basically every single defensive composition. They have a lot of confidence. And that is huge. They are taking gunfights and they are winning them right now. They are punishing. Reed absolutely destroys the Jaeger that was playing inside of Logistics. Almost gets it onto Bosco as well. And even though these rounds right now could very easily be a 3-0 for DG, they have looked just superb. SSG finally wins a round. It's what they need. They go back downstairs to church. They are essentially repeating the cycle, but the difference here is that they don't have the victories to go with it.
Yeah.
There's no Montaigne being brought. Nyx is on Old Reliable, which is Ash.
Mm-hmm.
So there's obviously going to be a difference in the way this is going to be set up. SSG are going to roam upstairs as they did previously, and I wonder if DG is just going to force their way into sight again, because it worked effectively the last time, and I could see it working again, especially with the Ash leading the way for the rush.
I can absolutely see Nyx being given a gun being the right call. I agree with that. Just for the record, I think Nyx is the type of player who is going to contribute more when he's got the gun up. So, smart call there from DG. And while, yes, Reed didn't win that last round in the 1v1, unfortunate, and DG did lose that, they still put SSG against a wall. And you mentioned it yourself, Parker, it's not like DG is bringing any kind of revolutionary strat. It's not like we're seeing something crazy and new and like, oh my gosh, you know. It's just DG. They're winning a lot of these gunfights. They're taking the head-to-heads. They're winning it out in those direct confrontations. And the expectations are kind of standard. I mean, it's Clubhouse. You know what to expect here. That's a really nice little bit of damage there done to Rampy. And JR almost nets the kill, but Rampy reads that situation perfectly and starts running out of there before he is going to be, or would have been, the first casualty for his team.
another way that DG is just throwing everything at these problems and just fighting very aggressively and not wasting any time in doing so. And it's proven to be a very effective strategy so far. You know, it's almost given them a perfect record across this map. Obviously didn't fare all that well on Theme Park, but if DG can continue to set this pace, and as long as they're winning their gunfights, then they're going to be in great shape. But they find themselves trailing. Shuttle gets picked off by Canadian, who's on the roam. He gets dragged back into the bomb site. 2 kills from Bosco, and just like that, DG trying to set the pace, while they stumble doing so. They're not as fast as they want to be. There's still half of this round to go, and it's Reed and Retro in a 2v5.
That's a rough start. We still have a whole minute left in the round, so really big initial kills for SSG. There's still, I guess, a chance. Reed does have his utility, right? He can isolate pockets of the site. He could get something done here. He seems to think there's someone by generator. There's not. He sees the head of someone by mannequins, and should be an easy one-tap. There it is. Canadian goes. The elevation afforded to him by Dirt Tunnel, advantageous in that scenario, but thinking Nate at least gets the C4. And there's the lockout from Fultz and Church. SSG take their second round, and this, the most convincing round for SSG thus far.
Yeah, they're able to put 1 or 2 more of these on the board, then they're in great position, especially when the side swaps come out. I think the one thing that was most noticeable about that round was DG tried to set that pace, tried to set that tempo.
Yeah.
And on this map, it's something that seems to catch SSG off guard. Now, I'm going to go all the way back to the 6 Invitational and that NIP matchup. Worth noting for people who are going to say this, yeah, NIP and DG, not the same team. I get it. Okay. But the point that I'm trying to make, NIP were excellent at being very quick and precise on some rounds, not letting SSG get set up, not letting SSG catch their breath. And then other rounds, NIP deliberately took their time. And SSG is a really patient team, but there were some times where it's very clear that they wanted to act on that aggression and they weren't expecting the rounds to really get dragged out as long as they were, and then NIP would all strike at the same time. If you can control that tempo, especially when you're on attack, if you can pounce quickly or then immediately fall off, and you don't know what the rhythm of the round is, it shows that SSG, they can't establish their groove, they can't get themselves in the position they want to be, they can't get the precise setup that works so well. And both Troy and Lycan have talked at length about buying into a system, and it's very evident that SSG's system requires things to go a certain way a lot of rounds. Not to say that they can't be unpredictable and call things on the fly, they do it all the time. But the system that SSG thrives under falls apart a little bit when your opponents don't play into that. DG, I think, are aware of that, and they've been great at setting this tempo so far. The issue was on that round, when you try to set the tempo and you get picked off, it was clear that DG had nothing left and that they were going all in on opening things up, getting that first pick and snowballing from there. And when that doesn't happen, you don't have anything left really. And DG just kind of ran into the bomb site and everybody got picked off in the latter portion of that round. So if DG are going to slow down a little bit, they better show that they have more than just a single idea of let's get in there quickly and let's start killing people, because if not, they're going to find themselves with SSG falling really far back and just waiting.
And because sidestepping strategies like the one that SSG puts out is only beneficial to you when it's unpredictable, when you're stepping around the expectation. But if you keep playing into the same sort of mindset, it becomes the expectation, SSG will adapt, and then, well, now you need something new. And I think you said it right when you mentioned how they put up a kind of a game plan where they expect certain things to happen, they play around those. But the beauty of SSG is they're capable of changing those expectations, and that's why they are strategic yet not rigid as a team. Now, Wall opened up, I believe. Retro has expended 1 exothermic charge, and it looks like it has been open. There you go. So that's going to give DG a good avenue into the site. They now need to get control of Garage. You can see Nyx is going to try that. Gas canister number 1 will chunk away at his HP, as will some bullets from his opponents. And now Nyx is all but dead. He is going to die to anything, really. So Bosco has a lot of freedom now with 2 gas canisters. He can kill Nyx whenever he chooses. Just one gas canister at Nyx's feet, and he's gone. So Montaigne is effectively nullified. It's all on Capitao now to land his bolts, which he will. Poor gas canister from Nyx, and it'll detonate anywhere but somewhere useful. Unfortunate. It happens, though. Still not much time, though, for the attack.
No, and this is where the Monty, you've got one toxic canister left. The Monty will need to walk on in. The Vigil is in position to strike from the bottom of garage as well, and that western wall, the garage walls, have not been opened up. So if you're going to take garage's disrupt, you got to go through a single doorway. The good news is that Bosco has now expended all of those toxic canisters, so your job of getting in without taking any damage is significantly easier. Nyx will ascend the stairs. He's watching, so the Vigil can't play from below. The Rampy does take out Shuttle, having to hop on over. What a shot from Bosco! It'll drag Reed down to the depths of hell with him. 2 kills from Retro as he storms into garage. Fultz is down, so this is a 2v2. 10 seconds left. Will the Maestro be able to get back up in time? Caught in the cross at the top of red stairs, thinking Nade punishes NJR, and Canadian, not worrying to rescue his down teammate, will finish things. That's 3 in a row for SSG, and they will take their very first lead of their map.
This looked pretty decisive after that last round. That's 2 in a row where SSG have looked incredibly solid. 3 in a row total, as you mentioned. But that first one to start this all off was pretty close, and after such a round, I expected the trend to continue. You know, I expected DG to be putting this to the nail biter, but it's thus far been SSG these last 2. We're going to go to the last defense for SSG though, Gym, where it all started. They had a perfect cycle, and now they have to go back to their initial site. I don't know that another Gym success is on the horizon, but it certainly seems likely based on what we're seeing from DG over those last few rounds. They've lost the wind in their sails, Parker.
Like I said, I think the bigger issue that they struggle with is that they have a very strong entry, and through the 5 rounds, they struggled the most on entry in the round we just watched. And that was because they tried to trot the Monty through the garage and they got met with heavy resistance. And SSG knew where it was coming from and were prepared for it. Monty Experiment is gone for the final attack from DG. They've got Nyx playing secondary hard breach now. But SSG understood after a couple rounds what DG's thought process was. And that's what I said. If you let SSG get settled in, they'll beat you. Very similar to what they used to say about the old the old G2 Penta squad, was that if you let them get settled in, you are not going to be able to shake them off of their spots and you're just going to lose. It was a common refrain from a lot of teams. SSG know how to play this map. They like to play a certain style, and oftentimes it requires them to take a little bit getting put into the positions they want to be in. And my goodness, that's a nice entry that almost nets a kill onto Fultz. Really probably should have. That's a big missed opportunity from Nyx, and that's just more of an example of what I said, where DG needs to be quick to this punch. Almost getting a kill in the first 25 seconds, and it's now put Fultz on only 35 to 40 HP for the remainder of the round.
Yeah, and it's not the same as getting that entry kill, because who's Fultz? I mean, that's smoke. Imagine you don't have smoke when you're on defense. So much time not wasted anymore. But now, 3 gas canisters will still persist, and he can indirectly dictate the pace of the round for a good chunk of time. Doesn't have to risk the engagement. He's smoke. So, I mean, SSG coming out a little bit of an edge, and I agree with you, Nyx really should have been able to net that kill. Unlucky that he didn't for DG. Wall gets opened up in Jacuzzi, though. So that's a good start. ADS is being cleared out inside of the bathroom. Now, there is no Wamai, obviously, since he's banned. That means the Capitao Fireball should be able to kill a player in bathroom if used correctly. So will miss for Bosco, and that's unfortunate for him. But the pacing is still favoring SSG so far.
And that piece of utility is crucial as well, because that Nitro Cell could have done great work as the exothermic charge goes off. The question is, will there be an opportunity to bandit trick? Answer, no. So we already know exactly what it is, and this is an angle being played by Bosco, but played poorly. And Nyx on that window earlier had punished Fultz, but was able to finish off Bosco, at least giving the opening pick to DG. Now, there's still a minute to go. So if you're Disrupt, you've opened up the wall, you can put pressure on Jacuzzi. You netted a kill onto Bandit, and so far, one of the best players, if not the best player, for SSG and Bosco. A kill from Fultz onto Nyx as he tosses out a gas canister, but it won't do anything more as Shuttle pushes him and shuts him down. There's the Jaeger as well, as DG are just taking no prisoners, gunning into the bomb site. Down below, you've got Thinking Nate. He's got no C4. Lots of marks coming in. Retro will have to fall off the plant as 80 bullets from Rampy are dumped into the wall. Thinking Nate drop. There's the Capitao, but you'll need to reload. If you're Rampy, you're in a rock and a hard place. And NJR will finish him off. A 3-3 scoreline as chaos erupts on the very final defense for SSG, but SSG, they fall short. DG takes the round.
At a 48% favor to the defense on Clubhouse, a 3-3 is advantageous to neither side, really. I think that that's a pretty solid position for either squad to find themselves in, and it's telling of a much closer map than the one we had in the previous map. I mean, that was... Theme Park was... I think Jesse said it well. It was not as close as the scoreline would suggest, strangely. You don't get those very often, but it was a pretty dominant performance for SSG on Theme Park, and here... I think DG are having a better showing. Not done yet, though. Only halfway. Church the first site for DG, where they feel they'll be most comfortable. Attackers need to locate. Curious to see if they're going to try and whip out a roam strategy here, or if they're going to go for your standard on-site hold. Of course, SSG were the ones to bring out that castle roam strategy first, and there's no castle being brought here by DG, so it looks mostly just like a standard on-site. Which is, you know, to be expected.
There's obviously some flexibility here with this bomb site and the way that teams play it. SSG's roam on this Church Arsenal defense when they were on D was okay, but I mean, teams have fought against it for so long now that you can be more prepared when it shows up. Is that church wall reinforced, or am I crazy?
One of them?
Okay. We've seen teams play off of an unreinforced church wall before to try and bait teams in, but I would suspect that Nyx is now probably going to... Yeah, there you go. He'll probably reinforce. And he's still got both of his remaining, so they're going to go on that wall. I was going to say, we have seen teams play off of an unreinforced church wall, but it usually involves lots of smokes, nitro cells, and then they consolidate all of their power over towards blue, which is where Fultz looks like he's going to be entering and clearing out. Rampy being guided in inside of the bar, and while the usual sledge pattern of opening up the bar wall, opening up the floor by kitchen, opening up the kitchen floor, and then opening up the top main stairs will likely unfold unless Rampy gets nitro celled.
Well, I mean, that's certainly liable to happen. We've we've had a lot of really good nitro cell kills across of all of competitive Siege, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
It's never been something in question. It's a weird piece of utility. And yet it works so well for this game. Anyway, Thermite on Moto drop. Exothermic will open up that hole, and now you've got a cutoff of the rotation, the peek into the hallway. Second one goes onto blue. That's interesting. All right, so no pressure onto church wall. No focus anywhere else. It's just going to be the drop downs as a priority. They, of course, do have the Habana, but the church wall would be better opened by an exothermic, so it's unlikely to be a focus for the attack.
That's such a huge gamble by Shuttle as well. He's going to go fishing to see if he can hit the sledge through the floor. I mean, it's worked many times before, so it's not like we haven't seen it bear any fruit, but I don't think he's going to gamble now, especially with Nyx going down. Canadian, the Thermite from above, will take out the smoke that was playing. Nyx is not having the strongest game right now. He had a good first round. Since then, it has unfortunately been a rough go, and with those toxic canisters no longer in play, it also means that a drop through that kitchen hatch default plant, providing you've isolated the remaining defenders, will only be able to get shut down from a nitro cell, of which right now there are 0 left from Disrupt. That is going to be a problem in the home stretch.
It's all going to be about that plant denial like you talked about, or the ability to at least deny the attackers getting to a plant position, but right now they've isolated Cubby within Arsenal, which is a really solid place to plant. The most you can hope for is Reed to deny with his Evil Eye if it's positioned correctly and his impacts. Time is of the essence here for SSG, though, as we hit the last 20 seconds. DG is actually in a respectable position, all things considered. They could easily hold this out, and NJR is going to get his 10th kill as he takes down Canadian, attempting to push in through Moto Door with the diffuser. A second for NJR, as Bosco pushes through Moto Door. Shuttle gets faults. A third for NJR. There it is. And as Reed contributes elsewhere, DG, despite being at the man disadvantage, hold the bottlenecks and take the round.
I really wonder what Space Station saw that they didn't like or what they didn't see. Because there was 40 seconds to go. You picked the smoke, you had the hatches open. And then SSG just kind of did nothing for 35 seconds. Maybe 30 seconds. I really wonder what caused SSG to stall out there. Was it that there were mute jammers positioned in the bomb sites deep enough in that when SSG got that pick onto Nyx, they realized they couldn't just drop and go for a plant? Did they misuse some of that utility? Did they not understand that NJR was playing inside a church? We saw that there were mute jammers on the doors into church, so maybe NJR's position was something that they just didn't know. But I would be interested to know what exactly went wrong in the SSG comms side of things on that round. Because DG found themselves being put in a really precarious position. They lose Nyx, they've lost a lot of their safety, they've lost the entire roof over their heads, the ceiling around kitchen, they've lost the drop downs. SSG had essentially completed most of that checklist. And then it's like they just took a timeout for 30 seconds. And DG, when there was 10 seconds left, just had to hold angles. And there was no utility from SSG that was used at that point. And NJR in particular could not be shaken off of church, got 3 kills in basically the same spot. I'm very curious what it was from SSG that fell apart, because they seemed to be firing up that war machine and then it just stalled out.
Certainly did. There's a lot more hesitation than you would expect, too. I think about 10 seconds more delay than SSG could have afforded. Oh, well. Now, Reed is going to be the one tasked with holding on to Garage. This is quite interesting. Usually, you wouldn't put a bandit in Garage. I'm guessing they're not even going to try to hold the wall. I'm not sure why bring a bandit, then. You've got batteries on the lower wall, a mute jammer on the on the other, then a mute jammer on the main wall, battery on the small garage wall, and the workshop wall is open with another battery placed on the workshop external wall. This is a different kind of setup than what we're used to seeing. 2 anchors currently. Well, I mean, 1. It's retro. Nyx, though, is playing in a close position, so he can always change. No rotation by Garage. It seems like everyone on DG is set up to die and to hold their respective position as long as possible.
I like what I'm seeing out of this DG hold. We'll see if it continues, and if it holds up under the push that comes out from Space Station. As they'll now begin to go to work on this wall. There's an impact, or rather, is that just a frag grenade that gets tossed, timed perfectly to take out the mute jammer, and it also makes Nyx have to exit the bomb site. He'll head over towards construction. Some serious damage has been done from Disrupt to both Rampy and Canadian, as well as Nyx on the DG side, but that's been about it. Next target is to open up the garage wall and then begin to clear out rafters from above. There's no Montaigne from SSG like we'd seen from DG, so it's going to be more of a straightforward push. At the top of the rafters is Reed, who's had a bit of a quieter game, and he'll light up the ankles of Rampy, dropping him down to effectively 1 HP. As well, Reed is a nitro cell, so you want to make sure that that bandit lives to see the end of this round. Boltz is now inside. He'll head towards garage, and he'll drop in what looked to be one of those concussion blasts. Reed, peeking around the door, finishes off Rampy, but then gets punished from Foltz. That's the very first kill, and it comes from Disrupt. They've actually been doing quite okay so far on these opening duels.
Well, that's a big kill. Weird aggression from Reed, but hey, at least he nets 1 before being eliminated. Now, there's not a lot of time, and more could have been wasted if Reed had stayed on Rafters, but that's done, so Bosco with control of Raptors now and the ability to push into the site. It's going to be attempted default plant. There is gas canisters. There are C4 as well. Nyx will get Foltz as he pushes all the way in through Cash. SSG is going for the kills. They'll at least get Nyx deep in sight. It's a plant in an odd position, but he's not going to get the diffuser back in his hands. And NJR will clean up as he sweeps back in. DG will take the round. SSG once again crippled by time.
It looked like Canadian somehow dropped the diffuser in the ensuing fray and then couldn't pick it back up. But, I mean, even if he'd tried to extend that clock, it was NJR. And NJR has been the SSG kryptonite so far in this match. I have been very impressed with DG and how they have taken these defensive rounds. They have held to their strategy, and SSG have really been at a loss through the mid to later portion of the rounds. And that's where SSG's push died in round number 7, and it seemed to somewhat fall apart in round number 8 when they struggled to push Reed out of his position in garage. And by the time he finally did that, he'd already done so much damage that even taking him out only allowed you to take control of that rafters, that garage spot, for a tiny portion of time before you needed to get on in, and DG just fired back. They are now 1 round away from being able to complete the trifecta, which is a full defensive cycle, and they will go over to Jim and Master at the same time. And the man that really needs to be highlighted, we've said his name so often, NJR presently 14-1 and 4 to go with him breaking double digits on Theme Park as well. He has excelled in his role so far today. He has excelled in his role across all play days. Other than the start of play day number 1, NJR has looked absolutely fantastic, and there was a good reason why he got scouted out and picked up by DG.
So it's unlikely that NJR is going to take first in North America statistically at the end of the day, because that's Hyper, and Hyper sits atop with a ridiculous statistics across the board. But he might rival those top few spots, because right after Hyper is Rampy, and right after Rampy, Laxing, and NJR is not too far behind, down in 6th place. So give him the rest of the day. I mean, if we get to a map number 3 and NJR has a 3rd map where he's putting up ridiculous stats, then as an individual at the very least, he might rival those top spots. I mean, he's already, like I said, he's already close. Now, in this round, Jim defense set up for DG, and it'll be a cash clear to start things for SSG. You can see Canadian trying to avoid the impact tricking or C4 trick or whatever. It's going to come over this wall explosive-wise. Down goes Mute Jammer. C4 will go out. It will not land. Placed well, but also dodged by Canadian. So beautiful job there. And SSG will open up the cash wall, making Shuttle's life very difficult.
That was a risky play. I mean, one that really could have been spectacular if SSG was closer, but Shuttle flew out of that breach completely blind. And, well, it's a Bonnie and Clyde style of funeral for him. As, there you go, your opening pick for Space Station. And they have to continue on from here. Once again, as Clubhouse does tend to play out, we are now through the half round, and you've opened up that cash side, and you need to move towards construction. This is a Jim and Master defense for anybody that hasn't seen where the silhouettes of these bomb sites are. And your next step after taking construction is going to be over towards logistics, which is where you see the Castle of Reed as well as the Jaeger of NJR playing out of. Now, you can flush them out if there's no ADS just by dropping a frag grenade and clearing that utility, the anti-grenade utility that's going to be in there, and that's exactly the plan from Rampy. He's got a frag grenade in hand, and down it goes, and it claims NJR. Oh. You had to have known that was coming, and a bit of a mistake from DG.
Not only does it get a kill, but it gets the kill. The C4, though, in response from Nyx will at least net 1. Well placed. Pre-placed downstairs. Reed was also in office, and he's gone. Nyx is going to have a heck of a round if he wants to take this one. And Retro is now actually the last defender alive against 3. Firebolt is going to seriously hinder his maneuverability. And, well, he will deny the plant, but it won't matter. SSG clean up that final kill, and they'll take their first attack in a good long while.
Those final 2 kills from Disrupt came onto opponents where they should have been able to walk away from it without DG cleaning up. It was the one play at the top of main stairs and then another from Retro onto Canadian where they basically traded out as they died. And this once again just further cements the fact that DG, before we even loaded into map 1 on Theme Park, are a team that has players that can stack up against the best of the best. You are going up against the world champions, mind you, a newly humbled world champion squad that lost 0-2 to Oxygen last week. But still, given the pedigree of the Space Station team, DG really shouldn't be able to get away if they were a bad team with all of the gunfights that they're winning. But it's very clear that they're lining up their shots, they're knocking down SSG, and on that round in particular, it was still very, very close. Even the rounds that SSG has won on Clubhouse have been decently close. Go all the way back to the very first victory for SSG, which was on round 3. That came down to the final seconds. That really could have been a DG victory as well. So the scoreline doesn't really tell the full story here. DG, Disrupt, they've looked like the much better team on Clubhouse, which is fascinating given how powerful and dominant SSG has been on this map. Very first attacking round victory, though, for SSG. They're now going to confront the downstairs bomb site to see if they can tie this game up. If they do, it will require all 12 rounds of this match or overtime, as that is currently the win condition for SSG.
It's looking like overtime. I mean, we could totally see SSG just turn this around and sweep it out. We don't have to go to that OT necessarily, but it just seems likely for some reason. I mean, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling OT right now, based on what we've been witnessing from both of these squads. There's so much lethality on the attack from SSG when it manages its time correctly, but you can see DG, pardon me, is becoming more and more aware of how valuable a little bit of a push can be on defense, as they extended towards New Blue, and 2 players spotted in New Blue. If nothing else, that will waste SSG's time. They have to re-drone that, and now reassess, can we push here? Maybe 10, 15 seconds shaved off the clock. Look at that. They finally re-drone New Blue, and it took them how long? About that, 10, 15 seconds. There's efficiency there from the defense. Why not be there if you're not exposed?
SSG have obviously made a call as they are now going to move towards Dirt Tunnel with Rampy, Canadian, and Bosco all positioned in that area. Bosco will head on over to Kitchen. You've got Shuttle down below with a Nitro Cell. Reed's not going to be that effective as Maestro to do anything, but Bosco's target will be to take out that hatch. Once again, the Kaid ban makes it so that you don't really need to do the rhythm and the dance to open that up. You still need to be wary of impacts, which Reed does not have access to, obviously. So he's not going to be primed to do that. And if you look at the lineup from Disrupt, nobody has impact. So they're not really going to be able to stop these hatches from getting open. Now, that's one of 2 things. Either that is a improper oversight, or they are aware that those hatches are going to get opened up and they don't really care. Sounds like Dirt got open and there's a Nitro Cell that gets hucked all the way towards the wall from Shuttle. He'll now assume the position inside of the elbow portion of Dirt Tunnel, shotgun in hand. Opening up the kitchen hatch, no problem at all. And SSG will once again rotate. So this is the second time now that we've seen a call from SSG where they haven't liked what they've seen and have decided to change around where their operators were positioned.
Tick tock. 40 seconds left. Again, I'm really worried right now, Parker. The efficiency of the attack is being called into question. There's some differences here, though, at least, to the church wall getting opened up in the middle, prone level. But there's so little time. Oh, that's a great start, though. Thinking Nade gets retro big. Shuttle still in dirt will be eliminated also by Thinking Nade, who gets his 3rd beautiful kill. And JR gone. It's all on Reed and Nyx. Down goes Reed to Bosco through Bosco's own holes. Nyx gets a little aggressive by Moto trying to get the refrag, but now it's a post-plant. This is not ideal for DG. It went from fine to terrible in a split second, all thanks to Thinking Nade's work by Blue.
Thinking Nade really just flew under the radar there. There was a massive blind spot that got exploited as the entire focus of DG went towards Kitchen and then over towards Dirt as well. Bosco sitting at the bottom of main stairs, nobody's watching him. Thinking Nade enters from Blue, nobody's watching him. And when they do, they all lose their gunfights to him, one by one and then by one. SSG, as you said, taking an awful long time. You were worried, I believe was the term that you used.
Yeah.
And for good reason. Frankly, that was quite a lethargic take from SSG. But we've seen from teams in the past that you can leave it to the dying second, and as long as you've lined everything up, you can knock them all down fairly quickly. You just have to ensure that nothing goes wrong. And given what we saw, I think everything went right for Space Station. They will draw even with Disrupt, as DG have looked like a mighty fine team, and as I said, I think they have still looked better overall. With that said, back upstairs to cache CCTV for DG. They won it the only other time that they've gone up here. Match point is on the table for both of these teams, so this will be a crucial battle to see which team will get closer. Will we see a third map, or will SSG finish it off 2-0?
Well, if DG continues to leave glaring holes in their defense like the one we saw there in Blue, then, I mean, they're going to answer that question with that kind of action, or rather, I guess, inaction. Now, the setup here on Cash has given SSG trouble before, and it's going to be employed once more by DG. I actually like this hold from Disrupt. It seems like the way they play it is everyone's in a position where they exist there to die there. But it only works if it's going to waste time. And if you're not wasting time, it's, as Parker just mentioned, really bad. So NJR, your top performer, dying in the first minute of the round, as Parker said, is very bad.
Is that the first time that Rampy has won a duel against NJR?
No, he naded NJR in office earlier. But other than that, I'm not sure.
That's right, I do remember that. Yeah, Amazon Logistics.
Yeah.
That could be a killer blow, honestly, with the way that NJR has been playing in particular, and the role that he plays, and the way that he plays on this site. He's going to be wasting a lot of time and then returning in the dying seconds to try and thwart SSG's push. So not only is that a big weight off the shoulders in terms of taking out the best fragger right now on Disrupt side, but it's also one piece of your mind that you don't need to worry about a possible flank, because that's the role that NJR often plays on this site.
Yeah, it's a big operator, a big player, and a big role eliminated, like you said. I mean, it's not the end of the world for DG. They could still hold this out on time. However, this is looking like a much more efficient attack from SSG. I think SSG has identified the issue, and they are confronting it much more directly. As the wall is open, there's a minute left. They're already starting to pressure in from the master side. Garage control not established, but I don't think SSG cares about garage. I think they're going to just ignore it and focus on the workshop take. Makes the most sense. They're going to have to confront Nyx, though, who's been droned out. He's playing behind the shield. Not an easy position for Nyx to be successful, especially as the wall gets opened up behind him. He's going to be forced off, and he'll have to prone his way out of danger thanks to the open holes made by DG.
The old army crawl.
Mm-hmm.
And he manages to live, I think, maybe longer than people had expected of his expiration date. And just as I say that, well, he's dead. Okay, so Canadian is about a second or two behind the script that we were given earlier, but he's still able to finish him off. Reed has just been forgotten inside of Garage, but he's still in a very strong spot to play on. There's Thinking Nade swatting down Shuttle. No ability for him to be able to get back into the site. A frag grenade blows open Retro, and it's Reed in Garage, as had been mentioned. Canadian going for the plant. There's no way that Reed is going to be able to get to this, and he gets caught on the rafters. It's 3 in a row from Space Station. They take the round, and they're on match point here on Clubhouse.
Talk about an execution, leaving, as you like to say, Parker, leaving no prisoners. SSG were looking kind of out of it for a few rounds earlier in this map. But since they won that defense on Jim, miraculously, when Reed went for the Pre-Fire's Capital, since that moment, SSG has really started to come alive. And the ability of SSG to adapt. You were talking about the way that SSG expects certain principles, certain things to happen in game, and they play around those. SSG's ability to change what those are is really showing through here, because the execution was so different than the last time they tried to attack that site. Last time they tried to attack that very same setup from DG, they were executing into Garage and through the main server wall. That didn't work very well for SSG. So they adjust. They opt for a workshop take. They open up the server. The workshop wall is already open. They get the office wall open as well. And suddenly, it's all looking terrible for DG as they're just losing man after man, getting peeked and peeking themselves. The nade at the top of red, perfectly timed on the rotation from DG. I mean, it's just a beautiful read overall from SSG, and he's on the other team.
5 seconds left before insertion.
So here's our showdown, Michael. Go downstairs to Church and Arsenal. You didn't like the pacing that SSG had established on this bomb site previously.
I was worried about it. Yeah.
You were. I could hear you fret, sitting there.
Yeah.
Fretting.
I did do that. Yeah. I think maybe it works, so.
I was going to say, look at the lineup, though, that we see from DG. Looks similar enough. Do you think SSG is going to be quicker this time around?
Yes.
Because if they can get their ducks in a row, I don't know why people have ducks, but they have them, and they're now apparently in a row.
It's
If
important.
they can get their ducks in a row, SSG are going to be the ones that are going to set this pace. And they're already much quicker to get into the building. Though, mind you, this map control might be somewhat superficial. Trying to dodge a nitro cell. And there it goes. NJR hit it off, and it missed. So that's one piece of explosive that you don't have to sweat if you're SSG. And not ideal. Obviously, NJR not happy with that. But you don't know as well if you down somebody as we've said before. Points are off. Didn't even do any damage, though.
I want to talk about for a second what I believe to be one of the greatest marks of a good team. In my opinion, one of the things that can highlight you as a good team or even a great team above others is your ability to not necessarily mount a comeback, but more to win in the end. When you lose rounds early and you mount the comeback. You get that comeback, you win in the end because you adapted to your teammates. Shuttle will get the C4 onto Rampy. So that's actually a really good bid for overtime, as is the impact tricking from DG to get a little distracted from my point here. Beautiful job there, though, to DG as a whole. They will slow down the pace of the round, but I believe the drop does get opened in the end. I'm not 100% sure, but it sounded like, yes, there it is. Drop open. So that's good for SSG. Anyway, mark of a good team. They adapt to their opponent, and they're able to counter the play that their opponents put out. They're constantly shifting and moving and able to just always read their enemy. That's what SSG has done through this map. That's what I was trying to say. They've been doing a great job of just shifting to account for what's necessary based on the weird setups we're seeing from DG, and that is impressive.
When this defense worked for DG, it was NJR who was the man of the hour with 3 kills inside of Church. He's got Nyx there now for backup. And SSG's push before, which relied on thinking they'd to take blue, is obviously very different this time. The bottom of main stairs, it's Fultz. He'll watch over towards the Moto side of things. Will there be an evil eye cam on him? The answer is yes, but it doesn't spot him for now. He's lined up on this shrewd angle to try and take the Maestro. Default plant about to unfold. Canadian getting it down. Is he taking damage, though? There's great coverage. That's Fultz playing on that angle. He takes care of the Maestro, but Canadian gets felled by Retro. They didn't know where the Jaeger was playing. You'll have to go grab that diffuser, though, and start again. Retro another. He's over by dummies, and he'll continue to fire away with only 2 seconds left. Inconceivable that SSG will be able to do much. And no! They'll let the clock strike 0 and overtime will be on the docket. DG will be starting on defense, as we will need more than 12 rounds to settle the second map.
All right. Well, you know, you build somebody up and then they're going to lose. I guess that's just how it is. SSG's execution, though, they had a clear idea of what they were trying to accomplish there. They wanted to plant deep. They figured that was the best way for them to dodge the utility that was set up by DG. That's the right call strategically. Unfortunately, SSG had not accounted for Retro, who was playing over by the boxes, or box 3, I believe, as it's referred to as. It could have been a little bit different there for SSG. They needed, I think, to have some more prongs to that attack. A lot of SSG members funneled directly into Arsenal. They also did not have dirt control, which is huge. If you don't have dirt control, planting inside of Arsenal is very hard. And the reason they didn't have dirt control, for those of you wondering, I believe was actually mostly down to the hard destruction, because they had to dump a lot of hard destruction onto the kitchen drop-down thanks to the impact tricking from DG. Now, they might have had enough to open up the dirt tunnel. They might have even opened up the dirt tunnel. And if that is the case, then it comes down to the ability of the defenders to hold dirt tunnel, despite it getting opened up. Whatever the case be, however you look at it, the thing that matters most is DG controlled the angles in Arsenal. So the utility game didn't factor in, and SSG's accounting for that utility game, the Evil Eyes, the C4, the gas canisters, what have you, ended up being to their undoing, because they figured they could win off of just playing off of that alone, and, well, it didn't work out.
So this goes down to the bitter wire. Now, you know, if you told me about both Theme Park and Clubhouse that it would be Clubhouse that would go to overtime, I wouldn't have believed you. I would have figured that it would have been Theme Park.
Good point.
But here we are. And like I said, I think a lot of people have been sleeping on DG. I think a lot of people have been sleeping on the individual contributions of this team that was, you know, maybe unfairly, maybe fairly at the time based on people's biases, I don't know, maybe unfairly now referred to as the island of misfit toys. And obviously there's a chip on the shoulder of all of these players, and You know, I will say this, that I was probably one of the few people who didn't exactly have the highest faith in this roster on paper, but I also wasn't aware that NJR was going to be one of the best players in the region so quickly, but here he is. So this whole DG team is just playing better than I think a lot of people expected, and myself included, and I will very happily eat my own words. Now, speaking of NJR, as we now look towards this overtime round, we are here in round number 13. Thinking Nade is trying to flank on the rafters, but there is a really nice stealthy drone positioned, and NJR is just waiting to see if he can do something with it. That is a really nice play from Disrupt, but Thinking Nade is not able to get anything of it. He's just going to wait for now, and there goes the drone. Thinking Nade sees it. And will there be a battle to the death between these two? Because while NJR is being distracted, the rest of the execute is happening over on top of the bomb site, and there's Bosco from down below to take out Shuttle. No more sledging for you, Disrupt. You are at a disadvantage now.
That's really unfortunate for DG. Soft destruction lost, but also just a gun. And as we hit the last minute, those become more and more valuable in the team fight that is soon to come. Dirt tunnel control, though, established for DG, and that's big. They can leverage a lot of control into Arsenal with this position. You just have to be careful about how they use it. And they're carefully going to pick away at the HP of Canadian before finishing him off. At NJR on the entry from blue. Great job there. Rampy gets one. Looking for the second, doesn't know that NJR has already crossed, and it'll be peeked from an odd angle. An even exchange just about, but NJR gets the better of Rampy in the end, and that's all that matters. Volts does get read, though, on the entry, I believe, from the dirt tunnel, and that's going to make planting very difficult, as you've just got 2 members alive on the attack versus 3 from the defense, with only 19 seconds to boot. NJR looking for his 3rd kill. Narrowly misses out on the shot. Too much on that shelf, but Nyx will land it. Bosco goes down in Arsenal. There's the 3rd for NJR. He's holding the hallway, and he gets the quad. DG will take the round. And once again, we can safely say, all thanks to NJR's efforts.
It really is incredible watching this, and this is a map right now where he has directly impacted or won his team at least 3 rounds that I can immediately pull to mind.
Maybe more.
Obviously, you know, I would say probably more as well. But goodness gracious, how is he so quickly acclimated to this level? And how is he able to just put so much pain into the hearts of an entire fan base so quickly? If DG ends up pushing us to a 3rd match, or a 3rd map, which is very possible now and is probably more likely given the current scoreline, NJR almost single-handedly needs the credit for that.
You know, it's weird, right? Because, you know, in our position, you get to this point where you're like, oh yeah, we're saying his name an awful lot. But it merits repetition. It keeps coming up. It's NJR's got 18 kills against SSG. The man had how many kills in map number 1? Like 13, something along those lines? And they lost that pretty devastatingly. So... I mean, DG lost that. I don't know, man. I don't know. This is some crazy stuff right here. And the weird thing is, and you mentioned this earlier, there was another round where NJR got like a 4K or something. I think in map 1, where it's like, yeah, sometimes it has to do with your teammates, sometimes it has to do with droning, and of course it has to do with comms. But NJR is not getting droned in there at the end, man. That's a 2v3 where he picks up the slack. He's just winning his gunfights.
And it's that blue push. It's the blue push.
Yeah.
Thinking they did the same thing from that spot, and then NJR does it too. And it's just, it seems to be hard for teams to be able to hold that one down, and doesn't quite go according to plan. If you're SSG, you can't tilt, obviously, here. DG, very motivated. I would like to know, for NJR, what his, I'd like your sense. I'd like your warm-up routine.
FOV, aspect
your
ratio.
FOV, what you ate for breakfast, and what you ate for lunch, and then if you ate before the match as well, just put those in the comments below.
Full document, all the information about your life. How do you sit upright? Do you slouch forward? You know,
things have gotten serious when Rampy's on the buck. He's going to go off of the sledge. So, you know, this is the break glass in case of emergency. Rampy was just frying on this operator. And obviously, Buck's pick rate has fallen off a cliff since he lost those frag grenades. Sledge has been the more favorable operator, and with it, teams have changed up how they take map control and how they use that soft destruction. because obviously Sledge has limited uses in comparison to that skeleton key. You can't destroy things from below unless you use those frag grenades, for example. So Rampy is going to use that buck a little bit differently, and he's almost out of skeleton key ammo, actually. He's getting very close, as there's been lots that's opened up, and this is really something. He's all the way on the top floor, and look at these angles deep down into the bomb site. I think that the one thing that SSG has assessed was that their plant coverage was quite lackluster. So now you've got somebody to hold those angles from above, if need be, but just like that, Rampy's now back on the first floor. So maybe he's fallen off, and he only has 4 shots left in that skeleton key to pull it off.
Look at the time, though. 1 minute, 11 seconds. This has been a deceptively fast round, I gotta say. You get one of the Evil Eyes deep in Arsenal. That's big. Good use of utility there from the Zofia. Now, the question is, where is the execution going to actually come? Because all these power destruction's not done yet. Looks like Kitchen Drop will be opened up. No impact freaking coming. Really gonna think better of it with only 50 seconds left. He's like, yeah, no, I'm gonna wait. I'm just gonna chill. Even with the 2 impacts, he doesn't want to extend considering how many holes were opened up in that floor. Better not to take the risk. The dirt tunnel gets opened up, but there is a defender inside a dirt tunnel, so that's not going to be an easy push for SSG.
They better hope that they still have some drones left with 30 seconds. There goes a smoke. The toxic canister tossed out from Nyx right onto that default spot where you expect to see somebody drop on down. It'll be Canadian now. 3 members of SSG all inside of Kitchen. This is a Nitro Cell's best friend. Make that 4, it appears. It's a boarding party as they'll toss out tons of flashbangs. Reed will be there to give the calls, and this is working perfectly for DG. Right now, things will get worse for them. There's a kill from NJR on to Fultz. Only 3 seconds left. SSG has not even dropped yet. Canadian down. He gets the diffuser. Here's the coverage. So it comes down to the final seconds, and that diffuser down means it's going to be an all-out brawl. Nitro Cell tossed in front of Canadian. He swats it away. They'll push onto him. 2 separate players. Where is SSG to watch? Reed takes out Canadian, will immediately try to counter-disable. He'll start at it. 5 seconds left, but thinking nade is perfect. 2 kills. That'll force Retro to try to retake from above. It's a 1v3 with diffuser at the halfway mark. DG sitting on match point, but they've watched it slip through their fingers as Retro twists on the main stairs. Almost at the point of no return. He'll do some damage, but not enough. Rampy wins that gunfight. 15 rounds required as it's 7-7 on Clubhouse.
Beautiful stuff there from SSG. And I was worried, as you were, Parker, for a moment. It didn't seem like SSG was even going for the plant, but it was in fact the gas canisters from the smoke that covered the descent of the thermite, allowing for the plant in Cubby, default spot as you called it, and it, well, went down. It didn't seem like DG was even aware the plant was being attempted. The sound coverage from SSG making a raucous noise raucous chorus, I guess I should say, inside of Kitchen really covered that plant and allowed for, well, to go down. That's the key. SSG getting the post plant. All of the denial that DG had at their disposal was not utilized to deny. Unfortunate that you see that, especially as there were only a few seconds left on the round. DG could have just locked it out right there. Right then. Would have been it. But I guess it's not to be. 7-7. And these last few rounds have shaped up to be some of the most exciting rounds we've seen in this series so far. I, for one, am actually genuinely excited for the prospect of a map number 3.
I will echo those sentiments exactly, especially given that it'll be on Oregon of all maps.
Yeah.
So get ready to not really have any expectations whatsoever. And I mean, that's the name of the game. If we get there. Because there's still, knowing the way that this matchup is played, there's no way of predicting which team is going to come out ahead, especially when SSG is throwing this Gym Master curveball. SSG are defending the bomb site that they only won 1 time. They lost at the second. Not exactly the best record, but given the way that these teams have played on this map, there is really no best bomb site. I mean, I think Church is probably the way to go, but both teams winning their defenses there.
I mean, I think SSG is playing this as a, you know what, let's
rather
try
attacks.
it. What?
I said, or rather attacks.
Yeah. I think SSG is playing this with a, let's just try something mentality. I don't think they're really putting a lot of pressure on themselves. Again, that's something that SSG excels at. They've got a couple key things, but SSG's ability to perform under pressure is certainly one of the most admirable traits that they have. And so they'll go to Jim. I guess the calculation is that is the play. Now, impact tricking has been partially successful, but the nade will be much more successful. Shuttle from below, and he'll even finish it off before the fire gets to Rampy. Gone inside of Cash. That's a really big pick for DG, and it came extremely quickly, too. Half the round for a Cash clear? That's solid.
They perfectly played into the way that Rampy was positioned there. Usually Kaid is the operator that you'd see him play, but obviously with him being banned, you can't really do that, and just a bit of a difference now. But the Maestro, that was a huge gamble, and looked to be relatively safe until it was the sledge from below being the savior, and that allowed the wall to get opened up, that allowed Disrupt to take control of construction. They can continue to push from there. The problem with taking construction is that the logistics wall is your next target, and you can very quickly take that one as well. My goodness. There goes the Jacuzzi wall, as you've got Thinking Nade primed below with a Nitro Cell in hand. Over by Jacuzzi, it's Retro with a diffuser. He's going to need to go in and plant likely inside of Jim, unless he's going to go for that, what's become the new norm, which is over by the doorway into Master. There's NJR. He's been the man of the hour. 19 kills, and, well, he's going to need to fight his teammates for some more as there's only 2 members left of SSG, Bosco and Thinking Nade with 30 seconds left. The plant going down. It's Bosco in a 1v4, and that's it! 2 kills from NJR. He's the hero. He breaks 20, and we have a third map between these teams as Disrupt astonishes Space Station on their map pick 8-7.
21 kills. You cannot make that up against SSG, no less. That's insanity. Beautiful job to NJR, to Disrupt as a whole. The supporting cast showed up there as well. Retro, Shuttle, and Reed all were within 2 kills of 10. And that's a beautiful performance across the board for Disrupt. You could tell also SSG wasn't playing poorly. They weren't slacking, man. But still, DG just manages to edge it out in the end.
So much for any predictions that this was going to be a close one. Jesse, obviously looking like the real prognosticator in chief here, is he has somehow been pretty spot on with his predictions. We're going to settle this one on Oregon. 21 kills from NJR, and the thing that's most impressive to me about the way that NJR played that was that most of those kills weren't coming on clean entries where he was getting droned in. A lot of them were coming in the mucky muck through the mid-round when everything just started breaking down around him, and he was just reacting perfectly to those positions. But there's a lot of analysis that needs to be done. We still have a third map to go, so sit tight. We're going to go to a break. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back in just a couple seconds.
Here we go now.
Welcome back. I'm Jackie Jing with Veli and Jesse. Wow. Disrupt pulling it off in overtime. I'm sweating, y'all. I'm feeling a little bit exhausted after that one. Where do we even start here? Without question, okay, 21 kills. Fellas, let's talk about NJR.
He's just better.
He's just better.
Yeah, I mean, like, Jackie, this guy, 21 kills. The craziest thing about NJR to me is how many of these kills he's getting solo. Let's go all the way back to round number 2 where he got that ace. When I was watching it, I actually thought, you know what, a lot of this is coming from his teammates. You know, I got a lot of these kills on downed players that his teammates were contributing to. So, okay, it's a good play. It's strong, consistent shots from NJR, but a lot of this he had help for. But then in that overtime, when he really popped off with the 4K, oh my god, NJR is just like, how does this player exist and how is he this good? It's really incredible, whatever they're feeding him, you know, whatever he's on, it's really just, it's incredible to watch. NJR is maybe the best player in the league right now. I think that has to be a conversation.
I'm not sure what they're feeding him, but the one thing that they aren't on 2 of his most memorable plays was intel, and he still made the most out of it. That push in blue, I don't think there was a drone there that helped him out, and either way, it was all heads-up plays. How many players, their first year in the league, can go toe-to-toe against Rampy, stay alive for a second iteration of that fight, and then win it? That's insane. But also, at the end of the day, we all have to remember the truth about this. This is his first time in Pro League. He has more kills than years of life that he's lived on this planet. The conversation has to be had now, win or lose. NGR, one of the best players in NA. And I'm going to say that with my chest. He deserves all the praise. The guy's a real deal. And, you know, the statistics are there, and it's something we can all see.
Y'all cracking me up. He's just better, huh? Well, round 10 really stuck out to you, Veli. Can you talk to me about Retro and Jaeger?
That was one questionable thing. So looking at this map, we can talk about a lot of the mishaps that Disrupt Gaming had, and I think they had a lot more than Space Station Gaming, right? But there's one play in particular where I felt like DG, they didn't have to go down to the wire. They could have ended this quickly, and it was all seeing Retro on Jaeger. That was really confusing to me. I'm not sure what the reasoning was behind the team comms or why they theory crafted that type of strategy and role for him, but Thinkinade abused it. There were no traps, nothing there. Thinkinade heads up, won the 1v1 against Retro, got a 3K, Space Station won the round. In the future, I want them to think ahead. Retro had no help. No one was backing him up. No one was there for the refrag or whatnot. Why not bring a Legion on the board to help you out? Why not bring an Ella to help you out? That was a questionable play by me. Either way, Retro is played fantastic too. He is the objective plant god. And I'm honestly on cloud 9 when it comes to thinking about the potential that this team has. I honestly wish now that their match against Oxygen had no rehost, because Disrupt Gaming could be in a different spot.
Yeah, DG looking very sharp. But Jesse, I want to talk about SSG a little bit. They didn't play badly on this map. Actually, Thinkinade and Bosco, they really stood out to me. But how did you feel about SSG's play?
Yeah, I mean, I thought, again, like similar to last week, SSG overall played well. There were a few mistakes, right? I think time management, pushing into the basement was something that the casters brought up, and I thought that was a good point. But yeah, really, I mean, like for me, Bosco is the MVP of Space Station this game. A lot of those rounds were just based off of him. Think way back to like the first half where they were on defense. There were a couple where just like going prone in showers to read that 1v1 when attacking Jim. Some good play down inside of the basement to deny that bomb site as well. And then like that rafters hold as well, way back in the first half. I'm pretty sure it's like round number 5. Again, just wasting a ton of time getting kills. And just like in positions he shouldn't a lot of the time too. So I thought Bosco had a really standout performance, even if the stats might not, really exemplify him. Canadian as well, I thought had a really good game. Thinkinade, as you mentioned, it had a really good game. Coming down blue that one time was really, really impressive. So there were a lot of good plays from Space Station overall, but a couple mistakes cost them, and then Disrupt Gaming having NJR. That's just, that's kind of what the story is.
NJR, oh man. Veli, Nyx and Monty, round 5 stuck out to to you in particular, seeing the Monty versus Smoke? Can you elaborate on that?
I said it last stream and I'll say it again. I want to see more Monty, okay? I love Monty. But it was interesting to see Nyx on Monty, okay? Because I personally like Nyx when he's aggressive and moving freely. But the one thing I want to see more of Nyx is that he realized that by wasting a lot of time after the first smoke cloud took off a large percentage of his health, he wasted so much utility on SSG's end. I want to see him get more in their face, go up on those Raptors, really force the fight. The fact that he went against a smoke player on those Raptors, I get it, that messed up a lot of things. But I feel like if Disrupt Gaming can really perfect that strat, it could be hard to beat, especially on attack, because they got close to winning a lot of those rounds. It was just unfortunate that Nyx got killed early the first time around, and he also lost a lot of health the third time he brought him out.
All right, really fast, guys. Map 3 predictions. Jesse, big brain.
All right, listen.
Disrupt, are they going to do it?
When I saw the map bans, because that obviously the cast were taking that, I saw, well, this might be a 2-0 for Space Station. But I think this third map, Oregon, is probably the best map in the pool. Like, the best map that we have in our best of 3 for Disrupt Gaming. So I think this is going to go to them 2-1. I'm back on my original prediction. I think that, hey, they're going to pull this one out.
Veli?
I don't know. Jesse's psychic. He sees the future. His word is a blessing. I'm going to go with Space Station still. I'm going to be honest. For everyone in the chat, watch this on YouTube or whatever, we're in for a treat. I feel like this can go either way, but I'm still holding on to the world champs.
All right, well, will Space Station Gaming take off, or will the next one go to Disrupt? Don't go anywhere. We got Map 3 up next to Oregon. We'll be right back.
What a series it's been so far between Space Station versus Disrupt. An astonishing second map, breaking in favor of Disrupt by a scoreline of 8-7, at which their newest member, NJR, went absolutely superhuman. We now look towards Oregon, Michael, and do we have any expectations of this map at all?
Well, Oregon has been played one time by SSG. It has not been played by Disrupt recently, and the time it was played by SSG was that 2-0 Oxygen had over Space Station. It was a 7-8 scoreline, so very narrowly won by Oxygen. But still, that's information Disrupt has on Space Station, and it's a history of failure on this map. So Space Station is definitely not in a comfortable place, necessarily.
Well, let's get things underway. We can speculate during the actual matchup itself, but there's obviously a lot of adrenaline that's going to be pumping after that second map. Like I said, that one's a real shocker. It has been almost a year, almost 1 year since Space Station lost Clubhouse. That is how long it's been, and that is just really what should underscore how impressive DG's victory was. The bat ban, or through the operator ban phase, the two attackers have consistently been Maverick and Thatcher. Are we going to see Thatcher join? Yes. Okay. So great consistency on the attacking side.
You'll usually see a little bit more variance on the defensive side. On a map like Oregon, you do have the Kaid. Once again, I guess that is a staple. You can see the Valkyrie as well to try and eliminate the IQ potential. Oregon might even see a Mira for, the heck of it. There it is. This map is really well utilized, Mira is really well utilized on this map, is what I was actually trying to say there, but I couldn't words. Anyway, the point is that is going to keep Valkyrie in play. That's really big because Valkyrie is a huge information operator, one I'm sure most of you have been seeing getting banned a lot lately, and it also is going to then in turn keep IQ relevant, assuming Valkyrie gets played. And now she might still just get put in a corner, and these teams might agree to just not bother with it. But we'll have to wait till the actual rounds start getting played out to know that.
I don't know exactly how impactful these operator bans have been for Disrupt, but I do like that they are trying things outside of the norm. They're not committing to the same operators every time. Yes, they have banned Maverick or Thatcher. It was Maverick and Thatcher banned by SSG, banned Mav both times, then banned Thatcher here. So this is a bit of a small change. But Castle, Wamai, and Mira are DG's defensive bans so far, and they've obviously varied depending on the map and what they see out of SSG. The one thing I will tell you is that while there were some struggles on Theme Park, it is very obvious that Disrupt were entirely prepared for this match and were entirely prepared for SSG. It doesn't look like they were caught by surprise, and it looks like they came in with a plan, and while they might not have always been the strongest at executing it, they have done a phenomenal job of sticking to it, even though I did have some concerns with how linear some of their attacks were on both Theme Park and Clubhouse. The one thing that will benefit them is that Theme Park is still a bit up in the air. Clubhouse is a mostly settled map. Oregon, to a certain extent, is still the Wild West. So there is an unpredictability factor here that Disrupt can really use to their advantage, especially against a team that tends to be as well practiced as, and you know, a team that follows a system, as we refer to it as in the second map, as SSG.
Certainly going to be an edge that DG will try to leverage to the best of their ability. Starting in the bottom floor defense here, DG are going to be approached not by blue as is usual, but by above, a top floor clear for SSG. They want to establish there are no roamers before executing onto the site. I kind of like this. It's reminiscent of Clubhouse, the map we were just on. It's a neat little thing to see. I'm going to be opening up... I can't actually hear. It looks like... okay, it's above the kitchen hallway, or the security hallway. And that's at top white. I'm not exactly sure why they're going to open that up. Probably just to give whoever's attempting to push out a freezer hall a second, thought is maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe they're going to hold me from up top. I doubt that anyone in the attack is going to linger there, though.
Not a bad pace that's being set right now, and well, this is pretty standard, is that the defenders that are going to be playing here will be at least close to the site, at least within arm's reach of it, which is by pillars, is the position that we see NJR holding, and there's barbed wire on those stairs, so he'll hear if anybody decides to push him. He's been droned out once, then there's 2 more drones behind him as the flashbang sails over his shoulders. They should know his whereabouts, and, well, if they didn't before, they certainly do now, as those 2 proximity concussions will go off, and his position spotted again, but there's no follow-up from SSG this time. Still more pings, there goes a frag grenade, and you can't see anything if you're NJR, and yet the man of the hour still persists. He gets droned again, this time by Bosco. There's a frag grenade with his name on it, and it connects. NJR off the scoreboard, at least for the very first round, and if you're SSG, that must be a huge weight off your shoulders.
Yeah, they found out that was NJR, and then they dumped the entirety of their utility. Well, not the entirety. The majority of their utility. 2 nades, a bunch of your stuns, half of your stuns exactly, actually. Well, actually, a little bit more than half. And both of your stuns on the lifeline. That's something right there. Heavy investment. Only 30 seconds left for the rest of the attack to execute into the bomb site, and they've got less utility to do so now, so at least NJR did some part of a job. Exothermic going onto the wall. Canadian got lit in an attempt to do that earlier, but he will get the wall open. It's going to have to come down to the bull rush here from SSG as they start pushing into the site. Gas canisters will make this very difficult for the attack. And long angles being played are not getting anything because DG are just waiting. They'll need to deny the plant, though. Evil Eye should be able to do that, and it's not going to work. No, just barely will. I believe that's the Evil Eye downing the planter, but whatever it is, yep, there it is. It'll be the defense of DG taking the round.
Only 6 rounds away from a victory. I don't want to say this, Michael, but they may never lose again.
Wait. Well, man, what was the first time you said that? I can't even...
I think it was like the first round of the Invitational or something like that, and they won, G2 won a match in EU Pro League, and they won 1 single match, and I was like, they're currently undefeated. They may never lose again.
I love that one. It's been too long.
Gets a laugh, like at least like, you know, 1/6 of the time. Something like
No,
that, yeah.
it's paced correctly, well timed, and yeah, I agree, Parker. DG may never lose again. They've been looking really solid. I mean, that defense was, wow.
That clubhouse was a real stunner, that's for sure. Once again, a lot of it comes down to NJR. His stats on attack is Zofia, just being in the middle of all the mayhem, all the ruckus, and he was still just... You know, I cannot sing his praises highly enough. It was, after that play, you're going to have to call him, instead of N Junior, you call him N Senior.
Yep. I mean... Yeah, yep.
Get it? Because it's NJR for Junior.
Yeah.
And
I thought that his I thought NJR stood for I'm gonna carry.
Oh, see what you
Yeah.
I can't wait for all of the big brains in the Twitch chat to be like, haha, cringe.
It's okay.
They don't know jokes.
I embraced my role. Anyway, you know, the crazy thing about that round is NJR, since we're talking about him, he actually I feel like we can't stop talking about him. He actually wasted so much utility by Pillar, dude. He wasted half of the disruption utility on the attack and then some. And then when the side execution came out, there was none left.
Both stuns were used on him. I think one impact as well.
Both
three
nades.
flashbangs that I saw directly, but it looked like there could have been more. 2 frag grenades and 4 drones. All of those were used on just NJR on pillars.
Uh-oh, but he's being hunted downstairs. He's been spotted out by the drone, and there's 2 attackers pincering him right now. He's known in the corner. He's about to die. Will he take anyone with him is the question. Bad stun there will force Bosco back. That's odd timing. But no, it's just Rampy to eliminate NJR. Some time wasted, some utility wasted, but ultimately, that's not the best round for NJR.
Yeah, he's been isolated both times, and on this map, he hasn't really been able to do the same thing. Though, mind you, a lot of his contributions came on attack on Clubhouse. And in fact, if you were to really dive into the numbers, I'd say that well over half of those kills were on attack on Zofia. So he might have a sluggish start on defense, but you can wait for him to warm up. Nyx gets the very first kill for Disrupt in this round. A minute to go. Canadian gets in on it too. Down goes Retro. Former teammates on Continuum way back in the day. And still SSG with a minute left to go. They've got an advantage of 2. There's a pulse down below of Shuttle. At any moment, he can emerge from the freezer stairs. A flashbang sails on by. Just within arm's reach is Nyx, and Reed will have to hold down the fort above. He manages to take out Canadian. That's the diffuser down. That could be a crucial blow. But it's going to come down to a frag fest for SSG as Fultz destroys Reed, and then more marks from above. But a missed opportunity from Shuttle as he'll go back onto that cardiac sensor. He had some openings in the floor that he could have really punished them on. C4 goes off, doesn't hit Fultz. Fultz picks up his second kill, though, as Bosco goes down, and it's Nyx on the bottom floor, finished off by Fultz. Huge round from Fultzy Poo. SSG takes their first round. It's tied up 1-1.
Beautiful job there from Fultz on the entry, reading that situation very well. The C4s from below, I mean, it's a little bit clunky. When you're C4ing from below, you have to either have that heartbeat detector out, someone else feeding you information from a camera, or be on the camera yourself. And ripping out the C4 renders you harmless also. So there's a lot of layering there, especially in that kind of scenario where you don't have anyone safe to call for you elsewhere as the guy trying to C4. So Fultz just reads that, drops, and gets 2 kills on those potential disruptors from underneath. So, hold on to him. It all started with a very quick roam clear by SSG, though, when they managed to get NJR, who was just minding his own business on the bottom floor, not trying to hurt anyone. And he gets not only hunted by 2 roam clearers, but also droned out by 2 support players somewhere else on the map. They did not want to let him play that round.
You gotta respect it, though. You have to respect that. Once they realize who it is, it's just all eyes shift.
Yeah. It's smart.
10 seconds left.
I mean, And JR has been playing such a massive role. I mean, we keep saying his name, and that really speaks to it. He's been playing such a massive role in DG's success, and it's not all him, of course. There's layers to DG's success. They have been, overall, a pretty solid team, and I'm impressed by their performance so far through this series. But if you can eliminate, in its entirety, that one prong, NJR, that's pretty beneficial, and especially if it doesn't cost you anything.
I mean, do they win that game if he doesn't drop 21 kills? Probably not. They probably don't win Clubhouse, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, even a couple kills difference in the right place at the right time for him, and that is enough to swing it. And I mean, I know there will be people who will say, oh, well, what about the same thing? What if, you know, the Fultz got 13 kills that one game? What if only he one got 12 kills? It's like, fine. But you know the point I'm trying to make, and it's that there were rounds where NJR he just was hot, and there was nobody that was able to slow him down. And you know, 21 kills against one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team in the world at the present moment, is nothing to sneeze at. So,
I mean, what does their charm say?
It literally says world champion on their charms, or world champs, rather, I suppose.
Yeah,
I want to be
same thing. Yeah, and yeah, that does really speak to the performance. But now, attic wall open. You've got your entry point. If you're SSG, it's not done yet, but it's a good start. You've also got plenty of time. That's key. They got that attic wall open very quickly. You can see that Nyx is going to be the first line of defense here for DG. They're going to try and hold on to attic for just a little bit longer. They can waste an extra 30 seconds and then maybe fall back, play a little bit passive. That's fine. Meanwhile, the rest of SSG is trying to clear their way into Master. Open up that wall if possible. They do have an exothermic charge, so that will be possible. They have gotten the batteries from below, as you can see from the giant hole on the other side of the wall. Canadians currently exothermicing, and they will get it open. So all of the objectives in terms of hard destruction met. Some weird play here from Nyx. He'll be droned out in the aggressive push he had over towards Games, and he'll fall back. That's the right call.
A minute to go, so you just have to wander right in of your space station. You didn't have the added benefit of being able to isolate and pincer NJR downstairs as it happened in the previous round, as it's yet again another attack over onto dorms. The pulse will fall off, though, and Shuttle's going to rotate through freezers and head towards the back stairs. He actually had NJR nearby, so Disrupt still have that off-site presence. Frag grenade goes in, try and take care of the Evil Eye Cam. Unsure if it hit its target, but still, you'd have to imagine that it did, since SSG doesn't seem to be missing all that much. The Maestro himself inside of kids' dorms is going to lay some fire into attic and go for a reload. It's a lengthy one, but you're going to want as much munition as possible when there's still plenty of enemies to go. Canadian getting the diffuser down, but he's breathing in too many toxic canisters. He has to fall off. Fultz and Rampy are there for some cover. Fultz goes down to Nyx. The Sophia will sprint on in. Canadian down. Huge play from Retro off screen, thinking nade with one, but now it's Rampy in a 1v2. He won't be able to outduel Retro. Retro, the savior of that round, and DG will take round number 3.
Not just the savior in terms of kills. Shuttle got that C4 as well, but really Retro's the savior for the denial. Canadian, I believe, tried 2 separate plant spots, and Retro tracked that and was on top of it throughout all of the attempts from SSG to get that diffuser down. Beautiful counter utility play there from Retro. Excellent use of the smoke. He's up there with the greats in this map, and he is absolutely on fire in terms of the denial that he's putting out. The timing is impeccable. Now, that's DG ahead, and it's looking pretty good for them. They'll go to a Meeting Hall Kitchen for the next defense, and Meeting Hall Kitchen is actually, for some people, a more commonly defended site. It's been seeing a lot of play lately. I think a lot of people expected it to be on the back foot to top and bottom, but not so. Let's see. It's the third most defended site overall over the 3 times this map's been played in the US division. Oh, and it's got the second best win rate. 88% defense favored.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
That is quite the stat line. What we've seen from all the Oregon play is that the defense revolves very heavily about holding kids' dorms upstairs over the B-bomb site until you realize you can't do that anymore, and then you fall off, and then usually there's a sledge who'll go up there and exert a ton of influence, maybe even a Zofia. It really depends. That's where it tends to be, and we saw it clear as day, actually, the last time Space Station played here against Oxygen last Wednesday. So it was, even though Oxygen prevailed, The one problem that Oxygen had, if you remember, was that even though they'd take control of the upstairs, they couldn't really do all that much with it. And I wonder if DG has learned from that and how to control it as best as they can, and whether SSG has learned whether they're able to actually do something with that upstairs control, because if you can sit up there over the bomb site, it makes it extremely challenging for the defenders that are in the B bomb to do all that much. You have so many angles that you can hold up top. It's a major challenge.
Speaking of angles that can be held, this is a really strong one for Nyx as the meeting wall gets opened up. Using this drop down, he can exert a lot of pressure onto that wall. His teammates don't need to peek as long as Nyx is still alive in Attic. And that's really beneficial if you're the defense. Further, he can open up extended angles through the floor in front of him, although they've just been opened up for him, so he can now use those angles to more easily deny the push. But since his wall's been opened up, Nyx is going to have to move. C4 will miss, as it was expected by SSG, and Nyx will fall all the way back, making it deep over by dorms. They'll play that one safe, and rightfully so.
That's a wasted air jab from Thinking Nade, very carelessly set into Attic and picked off, as DG now realized that Attic is relatively safe. There's another frag grenade that will land. They've been so good at landing these frags so far, and it doesn't kill Reed, but it does enough damage to knock him out. Another grenade in hand, and well, he puts it away for the second. They'll manage to get Reed right back up, and there is a missed opportunity there as a smoke gets tossed out just for some cover, and this is going to be the challenge to try and take the stage portion of meeting. Reed manages to avoid that frag grenade, gets tossed in from Bosco, and a stun down below as SSG have their sights on two separate floors of this map. You best not miss next time, though, because Reed, who'd been knocked down by Bosco, gets right back up and then punishes Bosco as Canadian goes for the reverse plant on the stage. Do they have information on him? Reed is going to have to swing, but SSG's coverage so far is picture perfect. 3 kills to stop DG from doing anything, make that a 4th as Fultz takes him out, and it's down to Retro. He was great in the previous round, but a 1v4 in a post plant is an almost unwinnable situation. An SMG-11 in hand, you're usually good for 1, maybe 2 kills at most, but he's got to be wary of the drop in Attic. He's got to be wary of the back of meeting, both on the left and the right side. Doesn't look like he gets anybody as Rampy finishes him off from above, and SSG will take round number 4 on what so far has been a back and forth contest.
Great job there to SSG. And you said picture perfect, Parker, and I completely agree. Not only in the metaphorical sense, but in the literal sense, as you had most of those kills for the attack happening within the span of a second. That's beautiful stuff. You can practically take a picture of it. So, good job on the whole. DG sprung into action all at once, too. So, I mean, props to them for that, at least. But the coverage from SSG was just too good. The meeting wall open, the attic wall open, and everything was tip-top shape for SSG to plant just inside that meeting door. Worked out well for them. Now, the laundry supply room as the next defense for DG. We move on to the bottom floor, and I don't imagine DG is going to be very comfortable going to meeting in the future. They might actually change the cafeteria as their tertiary site moving forward.
Slowly heard tertiary working its way in to the, I guess, like the preferred terminology. It is correct.
Yep.
You know, primary, secondary, tertiary.
Yeah.
I think the end of round number 4 was what we have come to expect from SSG when they get set up. And I think it was probably the best example of what people mean when they talk about allowing Space Station to play their own game. They opened up that back meeting wall. They knew where Reed was, even though they hadn't finished the last portion of his HP off. And then the moment the Canadian went for what was a relatively exposed plant, SSG had 3 separate angles being held. In the attic, in the meeting, all the way over to the kitchen rotate. They could just punish anybody that pushed, and that's exactly what happened. DG lost 3 straight-up gunfights because they weren't assuming that every single angle was held by every single member of Space Station at that exact moment. And it was just a great example, like I said, of when you allow a good team to be able to make that setup happen, they will punish you. Now, the one thing that DG has done very well is that they haven't allowed SSG to get comfortable in a number of these rounds. But obviously, round number 4 is a huge exception to that.
dangerous here for Retro. I mean, he's got the right kit to hold this staircase, but it's just still not an easy hold. I'm imagining he's going to fall back as soon as he's feeling a little too pressured. There is danger of a cutoff from blue, assuming his two teammates in blue are pushed out. Right now, though, SSG's not even trying to push NJR or Shuttle out of that position, so DG's just going to control what they already have and not stress themselves about it. Currently, there is actually a bit of a soft spot on defense right now. The main lobby, the main staircase, I should say, is poorly defended, under-defended, you could say. And that's a potential push location. There's a lot of barbed wire there. Interestingly, a missed Excaros set there from Canadian, and he'll have to use a second set to open the drop-down. I think he hit the stage, but only 3 of the Excaros detonated, and it requires 4 to open, so he had to use a second set. I don't think that it's going to matter too much. He probably doesn't have a lot of other hard destruction he needs to do, but still worth noting, I guess.
This is the position that's played by Pillars, by the way, that was so good at just wasting utility against SSG in the previous take that we saw from Space Station. It's Retro now, but it's going to be a bit different in the way that he just tries to waste their time. And 2 of those toxic canisters have been used, and in hand, it looked like a third was ready, but Retro peeks blindly and gets punished for it. Maestro next in line. Good God, Rampy. Beautiful shots coming out from the back tower stairs. And a third, but it's credited to Bosco. So Rampy's not going to get all of them. But still, SSG, they snap their fingers, and with it, all but 2 members of Disrupt are removed from the battlefield. They'll chase off Shuttle from his position inside a bunker. He's gone. Rampy with his 3rd kill. He's got robbed of the ace, and Fultz will be able to get it with SSG taking round number 5. It's the first time that a team has won 2 rounds in a row, and it's flawlessly done by Space Station as they take the first lead of Oregon.
Rampy looking for a little bit of the glory that is normally afforded to him in these kinds of matches, and he'll certainly earn it in that round. Beautiful entry, and that would have been his kill by the doorway over to blue, if not Bosco's. Either way, though, it's just a great team effort from SSG. The collapse into Pillar is purely successful. No failure, obviously, given that it's a flawless round. Every engagement going the way of SSG. DG extended. And at first, that seems like a good setup. Honestly, I thought it was smart. They had good control. But if you're not winning any of your gunfights, then it leaves you a little bit spread. And it affords the opportunity of a lot of one-on-one engagements to your opponent, in this case, SSG. So, in future, DG need to be more vigilant with the angles that are being played by SSG to then later fall back and consolidate forces on that bottom floor, because if they let those 1v1s continue to happen, if they let SSG isolate those fights, well, that's, I mean, what we just witnessed is going to repeat itself. The man of the hour.
I was gonna say, what are you spying here?
No kills on NJR yet. But you were talking about how he was more proficient on attack, though.
From what I remember, yes.
I remember that as well. I think it was kind of even on the second map.
It's that Zofia roll. That's what it is.
He was very good on Zofia. He was filling that void for his team. Always in the center, always fragging out. Hasn't had the best map so far. He was getting targeted early on. Now, I think you can... Oh, whoa, there's his first kill.
Speaking of...
And a beautiful one at that. Some good stuff.
Talk about making a statement right after we said his name.
Yeah. Speak of the devil and he will frag out, as they say.
Yes, I believe that was written. Actually, this is Shakespeare.
Yes.
Yes. I remember reading that in middle school.
Yeah, something along those lines. Might be paraphrasing a tad, but you know.
That's pretty huge blow, though, to SSG. You get rid of Fultz, you get rid of the Ash. I remember the days, and I'm sure you do as well, where Ash wasn't an operator that was known for her utility, but now having 3 flashes and those 2 breaching rounds, that actually makes a huge difference on attack.
Oh, how the turntables. And a beautiful shot number 2 for NJR, as Thinking Nade is absolutely demolished on a pixel angle. I remember the times when it was easier to play those pixel angles with Jaeger, but now you got to do it with the Hollow, and NJR's doing it anyway, but he might die to Bosco, who's being very sneaky, and there it is. SSG finally shut down the Menace, who just showed up.
He's He was totally silent, like a Prius going under 20 miles per hour, Michael. There's no way they were going to hear him.
Some intimidating stuff there, Parker. For
Nitro
sure.
Cell tossed off by Shuttle, and that's as close to a fadeaway as you're going to get without actually hitting your target. Shuttle's just wasting a ton of time, an inordinate amount of time. This is a Dorms defense. A Dorms defense, and almost all of these altercations have happened on that first floor, as SSG will still need to turn and attack the bomb site, which is where Canadian is just very patiently waiting at the window to see if there's anything he can really do. If he vaults in, he'll almost certainly be gunned down by Reed, as the Alda is waiting very patiently himself. There's one kill from Disrupt, but then answered back by Bosco. So still an advantage in favor of DG, and you can really thank NJR from starting this one off with his 2 kills earlier on. Smoking off the common spots, as Canadian will just dive right in, and the Alda will do some damage. They'll hear that he gets hit away, but Canadian gets the kill onto Shuttle to put it into a 2v2. 25 seconds left. Reed will reload in the corner. This will prompt Nyx to have to step out from his space inside of Games Room, but he can't control the SMG-11 at all. Next up is Reed. Inside of kids' dorms. He'll look for Canadian and gets picked away at by Bosco. Reed swings, lands the shots. Canadian is down, finished off by Nyx. And of course, these teams draw even through the first half.
Rightfully so, and placed it correctly. The credit to NJR. I mean, he hasn't really been showing up for the majority of this map, but he gets 2 very impactful frags in that round and ends up giving his team a round win. It was a close one, to be sure. That's SSG's tenacity really shining through, and their execution through the big window was pretty solid. Smoke placement, well done. The ability for the Thermite to get in and start the plant almost gets the win, but not quite, thanks to Reed's ability to win the gunfight on big window. That's the key. If Reed had lost that fight, I'm sure Canadian would have gotten that plant, and it would have gone into a 2-on-1. Post-plant scenario, though, that favors attack. Different round entirely. It didn't happen. We're here and now, and like you mentioned, it's locked up at that 3-3 mark as we transition onto the second half. Now, worth noting, we talked about this in the lead-in. This is the second... Hang on. I gotta laugh about this for a second. This is puzzlingly the second most defender-sided map in the US division. Behind, you guessed it, Coastline. I mean...
We live in a world in which the 2 most attacker-sided maps are Villa and Clubhouse, and the 2 most defender-sided are Oregon and Coastline.
What a timeline, Parker.
I don't get it.
To be fair to Coastline, it's only been played the one time. 12 rounds were played, though, and it was a 75% defensive win rate. Oregon's been played 3 times before today, so this will be the 4th. And it has a 73% defense win rate. Whereas Clubhouse is 48 and Villa's 48 for defense.
Which is still pretty close. That's 48 to 52, that's still pretty darn close.
Yeah, it's pretty close, to be fair. That's actually just makes it a balanced map. Anyway, meta weird.
These 2 teams are ensuring that we are not going to go gently into the good night, with Disrupt hanging tight against Space Station. They picked up their very first victory in their team's history last week, and now they are looking to stun the world by knocking SSG down. There's a lot on the line here for this matchup, obviously. And DG, regardless of whether they win or not, I think this has been an exceptional series for them so far. I mean, obviously, NJR has dominated the minds of everybody that's been watching this matchup, but it's not even that simple. It really isn't.
No.
Retro has had some very big plays. Nyx has had some very big plays. Shuttle, in particular, on Theme Park was quite good, and he was even with NJR for most of it. And then Reed has been rock solid, as always. Maybe not making flashy plays, but he's been consistent in the closing rounds, especially on defense. So every person on DG has some form of accolade that they can tout and be proud of. And DG's focus now is going to be on Attic, which is what we start to see a very common defense, which is that you put magnets and ADSs at the bottom of that Attic lip, you play behind a deployable shield, and you basically bleed your opponents dry. And then if you happen to be a pretty good player, you swing out on them, as Rampy is looking to do with the AUG in hand of Wamai. He's also got Bosco shoulder to shoulder in case things go awry.
I don't know if that was intentional, and I don't think it is, as Nyx turns his drone around. He was trying to entry drone for his entry fraggers, but it's not going to happen. And that's going to give time for SSG to set up a gas canister to further delay this round. You can even see, I believe, the smoke of Bosco creeping up there. No, in fact, it was Rampy trying to get an aggressive angle, and he'll get it. Gets 2 on that spray. He almost nets a 3rd. This is looking really bad for DG as they attempt to funnel themselves one after another into Attic. Eventually, they'll get Rampy as he's forced out by the firebolt, but Sinking Nade's still there, and down goes Shuttle. That's actually elsewhere, as that was an attempted flank from Shuttle, but it didn't net anything. With only 20 seconds left, in a desperate to make that 1 versus 4, Reed will have to get that 4K. Just doesn't seem likely. He'll push out of the door and die immediately as Fultz lays down the Alda spray. SSG, a solid hold there in Attic.
And that's what you need to see on your very first defense. Something to inspire confidence, as SSG are obviously not comfortable with how close this match has been. And I don't think that needs to be said out loud, but just in case anybody doesn't understand, well, the importance of this matchup for SSG. I don't think that they're a team that would falter with expectations on their shoulders, because obviously winning this match is much smaller potatoes to them than winning the 6 Invitational. But you still have to think that there's obviously some frustration that DG has kept as close with SSG. And if you asked the players of Space Station, I bet you they would have probably been confident enough to think that it would have been a 2-0. Not the case, obviously. That's why we actually play these matches in the server and not just in theory. Regardless, Dorms goes in favor of the defense. As you said, it was a staggeringly defender-sided site on the staggeringly defender-sided map. And now downstairs to Meeting Hall and Kitchen, which is the tertiary bomb site that you were referencing earlier, along with Laundry and Supply Room. Laundry and Supply Room originally, when this map was changed around, was considered to be much weaker, especially given how much focus you had to put on Freezer and the amount of opportunities that the attackers had to play around with those 4 panels inside of Bunker. But obviously teams have adapted and have made it a significant challenge. Meeting in Kitchen is still a fascinating one to watch, because out of all of these bomb sites, it strikes me as being the one where there is a very defined rhythm as to how teams take it, especially focusing on that upstairs, as I did when DG was on defense earlier.
Yeah, I mean, every site's going to have some kind of like expectation for an execution. For this site, it's mostly a tower attack. You can also do a west take as well, or a top floor clear like you mentioned. But you're going to get teams committing generally to one of those things. Or if they can, they'll take 2, assuming the second is afforded to them through like just free territory. That all depends on the team, of course. In this situation, DG is going to strangely, spawn by construction, run a marathon over to the west side and then start a west clear, which will waste a lot of time. I'm just saying they ran across the entire map, and now we're almost a minute into this round and they're just making their entry. That was completely unnecessary. I'm not sure what happened there, but you could tell clearly, of course, one thing that for sure happened is they changed the shot call. The original idea for DG seemed to have been tower take. They switched it up. They went for a cafeteria attack now.
DG really hasn't been making those same changes that we saw at SSG, and it was one thing that was really visible on Clubhouse and through a couple rounds as well on Theme Park. But regardless, DG's mid-round calling has looked not weak, but really hasn't been that big of a deal in comparison to other teams. And, you know, we don't really get the best view of how well a match is being called by their respective IGLs or leaders, but I can tell you this much, DG hasn't really looked like there's been that much to dive into regarding how they've been calling through the mid-round. And I mean, that's where it might annoy some people with how much praise we were giving to NJR, because even though there weren't any calls being made, or at least seemingly not made, NJR was still thriving in that chaotic environment. So this time around, DG decides to change things up. And they're approaching this from that dining hall position, which is honestly seldom seen in comparison to meeting hall takes.
Yeah, much more common is the meeting take from the tower, as we mentioned earlier. But this is an option for sure. And it has actually met success. We've seen this work out pretty well. The one thing you have to do is you have to deal with this player in security. And you can see the Habana attempting to do so, but this is not an easy task. As the Bosco actually gets pushed off the angle, the wall will get opened up, and that means that you've got Thinking Nade exposed. So that's really good teamwork from DG.
He's going to have to fight his way out, which is exactly the plan, as the shotgun is trained directly. It at chest level. First kill of the round. It comes late. 40 seconds left on the clock, but it's SSG who will get it. And it's the Vigil of Fultz in particular. Bosco had been reduced to almost nothing, but he takes out Nyx. There goes Thinking Nade and Rampy to follow, so DG with 2 kills of their own to try to keep this one close. But they've got to work against the clock at 15 seconds. Retro with the diffuser down. Coverage coming in the hands of NJR. He loses the gunfight to Canadian. He's got a UMP. What do they say about the UMP again? Retro is downed, and you've got 6 seconds for Reed to try to get to the diffuser, but he's not going to be able to do that. It's another, as Canadian obviously fired up a 5-3 in favor of Space Station.
Well, he got a kill with his favorite gun. I gotta imagine he is hyped to the max. You can see him on your screen. That was, if you're not familiar somehow, that was Canadian. And he is, oh yeah, very excited, as you mentioned, Parker. The round there, extremely interesting. The setup from SSG, beautiful. I love the way they were using the SAS operators to hold the key locations. That's your mute inside of security, and your smoke playing behind the shield between the meeting rotate and kitchen rotate. That's a good position for those operators because the smoke is going to be able to deny the plant from that position, obviously. The mute will be able to deny the push and the plant, obviously. And they both are using the SMG-11 shotgun combo, which excels in those close quarters combat sort of scenarios. So, good place of your to put your operators. I know that's kind of a weird tidbit, but it's extremely relevant, I think, in that scenario. Further, the defense for SSG off of the site was well established. The roam presence was very substantial. The push in through security hall, for example, that would have pinched on the mute who is playing in security was stopped by the Vigil, who peeked the hall at the right moment, then fell back and still managed to do work in that round. So good control, good awareness, nice setup from SSG. I like the way they defended that site. And the kitchen or cafeteria take, I guess I should say, for DG, clearly not the play.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Yeah, the coverage on Thinking Nade was really important because we talked about how he was in so much trouble there with the wall being opened up.
Yeah.
And Bosco had lost some HP earlier on, so he couldn't cover when eventually that wall did get opened. And Thinking Nade had the reliance on his teammates. So SSG, once again, when you see them set up, they are a very hard team to stop. And in this case, obviously setting up on defense is going to look totally different. It's going to bring a clash about, as Canadian likes the shield operator. We've actually seen him play her a number of times. Really eye-popping to me, actually, is that despite the fact that we're in 9 rounds, SSG have survived a ton. Look at Fultz, 2 deaths. So, if you look at the deaths on SSG, it's really telling a story of just how many kills DG is getting, which the answer is not many right now.
Perseverance, endurance, fortitude, SSG.
Fortitude's a good one.
Yeah. 2 kills, man. 2 kills, 11. Sorry, two deaths, 11 kills on Fultz. Just like, that's the sort of, when you're playing a game like that, when you're having one of those matches, if you've ever had one, you know what I'm talking about. It just, you feel invincible. You walk around, you win all of your gunfights, you feel invincible. That's Fultz right now.
Well, this was touted to be a little bit closer, but so far Space Station has taken off and rocketed into the lead through these past 2 rounds. We're halfway through round number 9. SSG could move to match point as they're on a laundry supply room defense down below. Nobody's really been able to make all that much happen for Disrupt, as NJR is on the back stairs and waiting to see if there's anybody playing inside of pillars as he had done when he was on defense. The answer is no. The focus instead is over in blue bunker, and Rampy goes down trying to toss a nitro cell onto NJR. It is a gamble that doesn't win, so here comes the cavalry of Thinking Nade and Canadian. The shield will push up. There goes an Ash charge. Does some damage to Rampy, and a little bit to Canadian as well. It finishes off the remainder of the mute. So no attempt to get him back is going to be successful.
Attackers have located a bomb.
SSG still has a decent chunk of control, though. They don't need to worry too much. Doesn't seem like a late reinforcement is coming, as none of these players have reinforcements, so that hole into blue is just going to stay there. DG still has to deal with this clash. They haven't opened up the small wall yet. That shield will be useful for the Jaeger playing at the end of the hall. That's Thinking Nade. He can hold hallway control, but he's moved, actually. He's going to try and challenge in the site with his teammates. And JR gets Bosco on the entry. That was the player in the corner. Good entry kill as the shotgun is eliminated. Thinking Nade will get It looks like one, possibly two. One down, that's for sure. Canadian still playing hallway, can stop that push, but the plant's going down, and it doesn't seem like the defense is aware. Nyx and Retro in a 2 versus 3 post-plant. Look at the HP. It's all Retro on a sliver. He's got no chance, and there it is. The cleanup from SSG, and match point, series point.
And close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and well, I guess in this case with Lamai and Jaeger on the board, there's no way that those hand grenades are going to land.
Yeah, I guess not.
I'll see myself out. That's the perfect cycle, the trifecta, as we want to call it, being completed by Space Station, and it was an ultimate collapse onto DG and a collapse from DG, if we're being completely honest, in the final 20 seconds of that round. They got in and they got the plant down. NJR was dropped, and Fultz he really flew under the radar on that one. It felt like it was just the Jaeger and the Clash left, and then the Wamai comes to the rescue, and he manages to flank through blue as it was a position that wasn't being watched. The sole focus of DG was on that long hallway with the Clash playing out of it. And you'd mentioned that Canadian was able to provide a long line of sight for the Jaeger who could play behind the shield. And yes, a Clash is going to attract all of that attention. And that's exactly what she did. And Canadian played it perfectly. He didn't ever really put himself in any harm's way. Trying to go up against a Clash when there's a Jaeger and a Wamai on the board can often be a very frustrating experience to watch, let alone play against. And in this case, there was really no way other than just getting up into the face of the Clash, which wasn't possible because of the way that SSG was covering that operator that Canadian was playing on. There was no way to knock that shield away. There was no way to put Canadian in an engagement where he was going to be in any serious trouble, other than killing everybody else from SSG and forcing the Clash to have to put the shield on her back and then just open fire. That was really the only way that DG could have been able to deal with that operator as a whole. And Canadian played it perfectly, keeping far enough away, attracting as much attention as possible. He also dealt quite a decent amount of damage to Retro with the taser, not just slowing down the thermite, but also doing a lot of damage. Good night to Nyx. That is not the round that you want, or not the beginning of a round you want, when we're 30 seconds in and SSG's on match point and they just spawn peeked one of your hard breachers.
Dun 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 dun. Wow. That's unfortunate. I mean, it's not unrecoverable for DG, but it's certainly a hard position to find yourself in. And I don't know. I'm definitely worried about DG's chances after that. They need to prioritize getting the master wall open now. The attic push doesn't seem like it's going to come ever. Even if they do have an extra exothermic charge, it doesn't seem likely. There is shuttle down below to deny the mute jammer. Wall will get opened up, and there you go. Canadian is on low HP, so this is, again, not unrecoverable, but it's not an ideal position for DG to find themselves in.
Yeah, not a great spot. They'll have to hunt down Canadian, but he's inside of the bomb site now, and he's going to sit at 10 HP for the remainder of this round. Burn through the ADSs over by Master Doorway, and the calm before the storm between these two teams. This was billed as a much closer match, but unfortunately Oregon has broken in favor of SSG. For those of you that wanted something to go down to the bitter end, it doesn't look like that's necessarily the case, at least with what we've seen so far. SSG has been rock solid on defense, and all the magic that DG had seemingly used up in Clubhouse. But there you go! NJR starting to warm up on that Ash roll, takes out Fultz by shooting away at the legs of the Maestro, who's been leading the way in terms of the scoreboard for his team through this series. And now the Maestro is gone. That's also the Evil Eye cams that are effectively out of use other than bulletproof cams. That could be quite damning when this push comes in. A second one, though, from NJR is now thinking Nate is also gone, and he had been so crucial with that Nitro cell playing on mute in the past. The stack up from Space Station is over towards Attic, and they might end up finding themselves boxed in and unable to fight their way out. Though NJR has been downed and is almost halfway towards bleeding out, the advantage, still right now, you've got to think is in DG's favor.
But it's going to get much more difficult as that kill comes out for Rampy. At least there's a refrag for Reed, who's going big in this round. Bosco holding on with the gas canisters, and he doesn't shut down Reed, sees him, but doesn't react in time. He will finally put him on the floor, but Retro's there to pick up the slack, and DG somehow miraculously keep themselves in this match.
You see Nyx is getting fired up, trying to corral the team and keep them focused on the job ahead, which is don't get too antsy. Don't let the nerves get a hold of you. You can stay in this. The problem for GG is you got a lot more game to play if you want to win. Obviously, overtime is going to be required, so you're going to have to win 4 of the remaining 5 rounds. That's how it works out. And that's a tall task to do when so far you've won 4 through the 10 rounds that have been played, but I don't want to count out DG, and I don't think anybody should, given what we've seen so far of them over the last 2 play days. So with Dorms not working in SSG's favor, they're not particular about sticking to the same bomb site. They're going to go back down to Meeting Hall and Kitchen, which has just unlocked. They didn't sweat this, if you remember correctly, last time, with how they played the crossfires, how they allowed that take from Disrupt to happen over towards Dining Hall, and SSG was able to still find their footing and just push back when DG tried to begin their execute. SSG must be confident on this bomb site, and like I said, it just unlocked, so they're going to go straight to it. They haven't shown much of an interest in replaying bomb sites after losing them unless absolutely necessary. So if they lose this, imagine that we'll go down to Laundry Supply Room next.
It looks like we're going to have the same setup here. You got the Thinking Aid Bosco combo. You're going to get that shield by the rotation. They'll have probably Thinking Aid inside security. Bosco playing by the box, by the shield. I assume that DG is probably going to attack this differently, though. I mean, thinking about how it worked out for DG last time, they're probably going to go for a meeting take. They tried... Oh, no. Okay, this time... Whoa, wait. They spawned construction last time, then ran over here. Now they're spawning here. Does that mean they're going to run over to construction? That's the question. But jokes aside, they're actually committing, looks like, fully to this west side clear. They're confident in the ability for them to, I guess, get security, because that was one of the cruxes of the attack last time they were here.
It's not worth not worth overlooking, or we shouldn't overlook. Words are challenging. That the spawn peak that came out in the last round. DG did overcome the 4v5, as you said. It was not a mortal blow to them, and it was still winnable, and that's exactly what happened. And it was good resolve from DG to just really just knuckle down and manage to grind out that victory by taking control of the big window and then pushing from over towards Master's side. They were able to isolate Space Station, and the one thing that we have noticed with SSG's defenses is they often find 2 of their defenders in roughly the same area code. It's worked before, and it worked on this bomb site in particular. You noted Thinking Nade playing over near Bosco with Fultz covering as well, so it's definitely a strategy that is by design. The problem is that if you lose that safeguard, if you lose that safety net, you end up with 2 relatively easy kills for the attackers on the 2 trap defenders. So yeah, it really comes down to that opening pick from DG. If they can take one of those defenders that are playing this crossfire, then DG will have a much better chance of being able to prevail in the round.
The wall is open at the very least, so that's step number 1 done. Now, he was just checking for an ADS, so he can be like, hey, teammate, get the bulletproof camera. That's going to call over somebody else to get that bulletproof camera, NJR more than likely, who will also check for the ADS for some reason. He checks again, and it seems like there is an ADS there that was not detected by the stun, puzzlingly. Possibly the stun detonated on a person in this, and thus the stun's radius extended further than the ADS's radius. But anyway, that's nitpicking. We don't care about that. Thinking Nade getting stunned inside of security. But with the bulletproof camera gone, there's less information for SSG. They're going to have to keep their guns up and their utility ready.
You can hear some gunfire, but Reed is not going to blink at all. He knows that he's got Thinking Nade in his grasps, and there you go. He'll clean up, getting the opening pick for DG. His flank is covered by that air jab down there, and 2 from Canadian. He's able to do some massive work with that UMP yet again. And down goes the Jaeger of Rampy. So SSG in a troubling spot. Shuttle going for the plant with the Vigil of Fultz up above, but DG are all spread out. They don't really need any coverage on the Zophi, as they'll be able to get away with it. Some warning shots from Reed onto the doorway of the castle of Canadian, who's not able to take up much ground at all, and Fultz will be the major question mark. 10 seconds off of that diffuser, give or take, and Fultz will creep up from Classroom. If there's a drone, they'll be very aware of his spot. Down goes Canadian, and Nyx finishes off. We're going to need all 12 rounds as DG now surging in the later portions of their attack. 2 rounds in a row. We are not out of the woods just yet.
DG have met the amp up of SSG with their own amp up, as we've seen some serious surges in potential play here for both squads. They continue to get better and better as we watch them. It's crazy. It's just never ceasing. That last round was the same setup from SSG. They got a little static. They got a little stale. And honestly, I thought it would work just fine. I genuinely thought that strategy would work out well. As it is, I honestly think it was really well thought out. But DG were ready. They countered it perfectly. Read on the entry there, he beat an SAS shotgun at 4 meters in a heads-up gunfight. That's beautiful stuff right there. And the only reason he was able to do that is because he hit the headshot. So props to Reed, seriously, for hitting that kill, because that really did change the flow of the round. If he hadn't hit that, let's say he dies on the entry. Yeah, he's going to get refragged by the next person. But then Canadian gets those 2 kills on the rotation, and the round is over for DG. Not so, though. DG, well played overall. Good execution, dealing with the problem, rather than trying to go for the objective. I like to see SSG's counter your objective play. We'll deal with the counters first, then hit the site. That was the right call.
The other thing to note is that the push came entirely through that security room where Thinking Aid was playing, so not only are we talking about how important it was to remove him from action, but there's no way that DG is able to escape through that same room, right? That map control was really crucial, and while it also allowed them to play with a lot of confidence at the top of the freezer stairs, holding the angle towards Classroom, which is where we saw Fultz try to return from, DG ultimately played the end of that perfectly, and, well, I don't know exactly what's going on, but there's a call for a rehost. I don't know if there's still time.
I don't know either. That's really risky.
This is going to be an admin call. We are not experts, so we'll wait and see. In the meantime, until we get confirmation, you play on as if the match is still ongoing.
Yeah.
Odd and unfortunate time for a rehost, but we're waiting to see.
Okay.
There's a rehost confirmed. So, okay. So these teams will get, in a way, they will get a timeout and be able to talk to each other, and we'll come back to us. And we're not done yet. So DG will vacate, and there we have it. So both of these teams will effectively get a timeout here. And the interesting part is going to be, we got to see the Montaigne being brought.
Mm-hmm.
Was that setup and strategy from the attackers known to the defenders? Because if so, SSG might be aware now that there's a Montaigne on the board, that they're going to be pushing in that direction, and you can spend the next couple minutes as the lobby gets set back up again to talk about and strategize how to deal with that particular foe.
Well, I will say, number one, I think the Montaigne was 6-picked into, so it's possible that went under the radar. But number two, these rehosts typically take longer than, the delay. And so they're probably going to know. We will find out what's going on exactly with what's going on, like with the players. We don't know what the problem is. We don't know what the rehost was called for. So we get that information, we'll relay that to you. But for now, what we're witnessing, over these last few rounds is a resurgence of DG, and SSG still on the precipice of victory, just so close to taking it all, and they just haven't been able to hammer it out. Now, I want to reiterate the stakes for you guys, because I feel like this is really important. This match is not just some best of 3. This match decides where you're going to be in the second phase of this first stage. And that is which group you're going to be in. In the first phase of this stage, the groups are kind of arbitrary. It's whoever you get picked into. It's whichever you get picked into, right? Group A, Group B, whatever. But in the second phase, Group A is the top 4 in your region. Group B is the bottom 4. And that Group A has a 75% chance of making it to the major. If you get in the top 3 of the top 4 in Group A, you made it. Congratulations. If you're the 4th, then you still get to try to make it again. So winning here in this match will put you in that top group and will give you really good odds. This is a really important match for these two teams. So this is coming very close, and these teams are playing really hard because of that importance. And that's why we're getting this amazing competition.
We are told the reason. Are we allowed to share the reason? That is the question that we must ask. The reason we are told was that a keyboard stopped working. So there needs to be a reboot of some kind to get that keyboard working again. And obviously can't play this game without a keyboard, unless you got a controller, I suppose. But
Right.
You're not going to use a controller when you're playing at this level against all these keyboard players.
Nope.
So we have the rehost and we're waiting to see what unfolds as we get everybody back in the lobby, and then we look to get things underway. Now, it's very possible that we could be queuing back in and just have a single round, and that's it, and then the match is over. Or we go to overtime after SSG puts up 3 rounds in a row to move on to match point. DG claws their way back. They win 3 rounds of their own, 6-6, we go to overtime. At which case, overtime, SSG will be defending twice. There is no clear defender or attacker advantage on this matchup because DG won 3 of their 6 defenses, SSG won 3 attacks. Compare it to SSG winning 3 defenses. DG will need to win 3 attacks, which will then put it at a split 50-50. There is no advantage here. And obviously, if SSG wins 4 of their defenses, well, then the game is over. So there's no advantage whatsoever, seemingly, to these side swaps and where teams start. But the one thing that is important to note is that these teams have now had a couple minutes to take a bit of a breather and discuss exactly how they want to go about the final round, or maybe rounds past that.
Yeah, this pause is going to be good for both teams. They're going to have some time to think, to strategize. And I'm actually, if I'm DG, it was them who called for the rehost, but honestly, if I'm DG, I would be worried right now. Because, for 2 reasons. Reasons number 1, SSG has a very deep strat book, and you can bet your bottom dollar right now they're setting up a pocket strat to lock this out. And they're probably talking with everybody cuddled in a circle like we do this. And that's just reason number 1. Reason number 2, whipping out a pocket strat on defense is generally easier than on attack. A pocket strat on attack is very risky usually. It comes down to like a rush or something along those lines. Or a specific angle that's never before been seen. But a pocket strat on defense can often be much easier to coax your enemy into defeating themselves. So you got to be scared about that if you're DG. They're on the disadvantageous side in terms of mentality, in terms of how much value I think you're going to gain out of this free time to talk. And they're so close to OT. It would be terrible for them to come so tantalizingly close and then to fail here. But that might be the storyline. We'll see what SSG can whip out on their kids' dorms defense.
We've almost been live for 4 hours, Michael. 4 hours to settle this. If you had told anybody that it would be 4 hours between SSG and DG, most people would have told you no way.
You know, Parker, thanks for mentioning that because, I mean, who are the undisputed MVPs in terms of long-term matches?
SSG.
That's SSG. How the last 6 invitational finals lasted forever. Ninjas in Pajamas, they fell out. They had to play a match before that, and then that, and they were just, you could see them start to fall apart towards the end. It was such a long marathon. But SSG, they're good. The longer this goes on, the better they get. You gotta be scared if you're DG.
Now, the operators are the same, though their location on your screen is going to be a little bit different. DG obviously still have to stick with it, and the rules regarding rehosts are that you need to go to the same bomb site with the same operator lineups. Now, it's as close as possible to your setup, but it depends on how late or how early into the round it happens. It is semi-beneficial that the rehost happens early because then you don't get to see all of the setup. And I mean, we can speculate as to how much was droned out by DG, how much they were actually able to see, how much information they had available, but it is indisputable that the teams, were able to take some time, slow the pace down, and know how to prep for what was coming next. So the attackers have actually quite a large advantage. They know that dorms is the bomb site. They know roughly what operators might be on the board, what the setup might look like, and you can use that information. As for the defenders, they might be aware of that Montaigne pick, so it could be a wash in regards to what they know. And the immediate focus, as you can just see tons of light going off, is going to be on Attic. And this is, once again, like I said, one of the closest things that we see to routine when teams go to attack meeting in kitchen. And the same strategy is going to pay out up top on Attic. Ooh. But they were prepped for it on the shotgun blast. Thinking Nade takes out Shuttle. Goodbye to the Zofia. And Thinking Nade immediately heads for White Stairs to get away as quickly as he can. Surrendering the opening pick is not where you want to be when you're trying to force overtime against a team that has you on the razor's edge.
And that's going to get even worse as Montaigne whiffs in some of those toxic fumes. They'll be put to 25 HP. Not ideal, that's for sure. That was a run-out kill, by the way, that Thinking Nade got outside the front door. He ran out of classroom window, killed the Zofia, and just ran back. Yeah, he incurred some damage, but it wasn't really that much. And as DG continued to struggle to push in through attic, things get more and more desperate for this attack. Now, here comes the Montaigne. Second gas canister, though. Nyx won't whiff in any of those this time. He'll be able to get away. And look at that. Games wall opened up. That's huge. That'll give a crossfire on the anchors. And SSG will start to feel a little bit of that pressure.
Rampy's just playing very fast and very loose, and he has to back up a little bit as the smoke thrown from Bosco is just a little bit too short. That'll be his last toxic canister, and in fact, everybody on SSG except for Thinking Nade are utility last. What a swing in from Reed! He just dominates dorms, and he's firmly inside of the bomb site, lighting up Thinking Nade as well. These are body shots from the body shot machine. Using his shield as best as he can, Bosco goes down to a melee from Nyx with Canadian able to tag out on Retro, but Nyx now going for the plant with Reed and NJR covering. Nyx gets pulverized by Fultz as there's no coverage here, and then he gets smoked by another play from Reed. That's a headshot from the body shot machine. Canadian trying to get back in, but no! A 4K from Reed! And it's overtime between these teams on map number 3.
The perfect play. Exactly what DG needed in order to salvage the round. And the one thing that SSG did not anticipate, a swing in from Dorm's window. Such an odd decision. And you look at it from the beginning and you're like, oh, well, that's not going to work. But there's nobody watching it on SSG. Not one gun pointed Reed's direction. And he picks up one after another, pivoting from the control he's established off of his early kill. SSG couldn't account for that rappel in. Why would anyone rappel in there? But Reed, no pun intended, reads it perfectly. Repels in, 4K, round taken against all odds. And that round should have been SSG's. There is no question in my mind. They should have locked that out. One person catches him on rappel, Reed on rappel, it's done.
Oh, it's just, this is just such an absurdly hilarious match. In regards to us not having any expectations. I thought we'd already seen this with the DG match from the very first week. Or was it the second week? It was the second week, wasn't it?
I think it was the second. Yeah, it was the second.
I'm trying to remember, and it's just you would have figured that we'd already reached just peak what is going on, but I feel like we're not there yet. So we are guaranteed at least 2 more rounds on a match that most people would have said had no business being this close. No business at all. And it's one of those matches where no matter what the end goal is, no matter what the score is at the end of the game, I would actually like to hear from both teams. I would like to hear from Canadian and I would like to hear from Nyx for their insight. But I know that's not likely to happen. Anyway, first defense for SSG, and it's going to be the very first round of overtime. We are guaranteed at least 2 rounds. It's laundry supply room downstairs. SSG were almost picture perfect here last time when they had the clash in play, and they're going to be running basically the exact same setup. I don't know if the reinforcements and rotates and all that are virtually the same, but if you see a push come out from back tower, which is where we'd seen from DG before, well, it might end up meeting the same fate as it did last time. The big focus for DG is to try and isolate the clash as early as you can, if possible, and remove the shield operator from being that obstacle in front of your eyes.
They've got the tools for it. The nades, the Zofia Guzmats, the stuns. You can do a lot of work to take out this clash. You got all the operators right next to the clash, actually, but you need to have someone lined up to follow up those stuns when the shield gets knocked to the side. And so far, really, this round's just been a lot of time wasting on the side of DG. They've got the control. They need to make the play. There goes the stuns into Freezer to open up the wall, or not to open up the wall, but rather to open up Freezer for play. The wall's already open, and the shield will be eliminated, I believe, by a grenade, as Ash still has both of her charges. Clash still here, though, and she is still denying this push.
was going to say, I don't know if NJR has been spotted. He was looking for the head of the Clash, but can't find it. Canadian's taking just a tiny bit of damage, and the Clash is getting very close to being involved in the action. Once again, playing nearby is going to be Thinking Nade off of the shield operator, so the Jaeger can get some pretty nice coverage. And the pre-fire's into where Canadian is trying to make the calls for. NJR has not been moved. He's just going to lie there and wait very patiently as the smoke towards the bottom of main stairs from Bosco will leave him with one toxic canister. 45 seconds for DG to pull something off. The objective is in their hands. And more specifically, it's in Nyx's hands, who's heading down the main stairs with Reed, and there's a shotgun from Bosco waiting to greet them as he'll evade all three of the flashes and level Nyx! And Rampy gets a kill of his own before Reed trades off Bosco. Continuing to move forward is the man who was so crucial in the previous round. NJR is down, and it's all Reed now, as it's just a total and utter collapse from Disrupt. And he's got a Clash to work with. Totally starved of utility and mostly starved of time. Reed will need a mental reset, as will Disrupt, as this is assuredly a round in favor of Space Station. 1 to 2 impactless kills. Well, it's not going to mean all that much. SSG, they're not moving a muscle. They're back to match point.
They're not taking any risks there, Parker. They really saw the win and just said, nope, not a chance. No frag chasing, stat padding, none of that, just going to wait. Right call from SSG. The hold by Freezer. We didn't see all of it, but keep that in mind. But it looked like the hold from Freezer, most importantly, the Clash play by Freezer, was just too much for the attack to deal with. DG couldn't handle it. And I understand that Clash is a pain. I'm surprised, to be honest, that the Zofia was not more capable of helping out his teammates to get that kill, especially after the shield got eliminated in the hallway. So why does that shield matter? The shield gives you the angle as a defender to challenge into Freezer and get aggressive kills. And that's supposed to be what works in tandem with the Clash to deny the Freezer push. But because the shield was eliminated, it was possible to get a little bit more aggressive by Freezer. Now, the one caveat to that is, of course, you can play long angles from Laundry. However, those were not being fully utilized throughout the round by SSG. And there was an opportunity there for DG, but they didn't go for it. They didn't full commit. And the Clash was allowed to force the slowdown in Freezer for the majority of that round. And once the time ticked down to the point where there was nothing left, no opportunities, no chances for DG apart from Rush, the Clash, along with all of her teammates, tore DG apart. And even though Bosco could not hold the bottom of main stairs by himself, he's delayed long enough to let his teammates win by Freezer.
5 seconds left before insertion.
It was honestly a really great strategy for wasting time, too. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got, like I said, you've got Wamai and you've got Jaeger in play. The likelihood of you being able to disrupt or do anything against a Clash is very limited with that lineup in front of you. So it's a tough spot to be in if you are DG, because there's just so much to cut through. And I mean, teams can bring a ton of flashbangs. Look at the lineup from SSG right now. They have 12 flashbangs / stuns available. 12! Not to mention the disrupt that comes from Rampy. Not to mention the fact there's going to be 2 fire arrows from Bosco. Not to mention the fact there's going to be 2 breaching charges, or breaching rounds rather, from Ash's launcher. So there's so much that they're going to be able to throw at this. And that is without a Wamai being present. So all they need to worry about are the 3 ADSs. 6 of those 12 flashbangs will clear it out, and the remainder will likely try to just blind your opponent so you can run into the site and crush them.
Everybody on the attacking team contributing in some way to throwing utility and clearing out that ADS, as you mentioned, Parker. We'll get the wall open relatively easily. There you go. That's the wall into Attic, and that's your start to an attack. It doesn't seem like DG's actually even trying to hold Attic, though. Not even an attempt. They put 1 ADS there, which is a stark contrast to SSG's 3 last time we were there. And but that'll be cleared out quite quickly. Now, DG are holding by Throne, or sorry, not Throne, rather Trophy and Armory. But they're going to be pincered by the Master Door. Ooh, that C4 will not get a kill. It does some damage, but no deaths on the attacking side. And so that's unfortunate for Nyx. Loses out on his utility. But at least SSG is rethinking this attack a little bit. They are going to adjust some players. Really good information here from Shuttle. He's calling out a lot right now. He should be able to see more than just that Ash. He should be calling just straight up, hey guys, they're taking from Master. There's 4 people over here.
And Shuttle's going to keep calling. And that forces NJR to a position where he could dive out onto the Nomad that's on Repel. But Thinking Nade might know about that. And he's watching the window, obviously very wary of that position being played. The Jaeger will not have the target that he was looking for. So NJR will at least get to stay in Armory. Even if he doesn't do any damage, he's still going to be in a position to stop somebody, as it's a run out from Shuttle down below to claim Fultz. He'd been doing excellent work with the cardiac sensor, and then Shuttle is able to act on some information. Still inside of Armory is NJR, and, well, he's in major trouble. The Sophia looks away for just a second, and Rampy misses out as he gets shot at from the pulse down below, so this is a great bait and switch from Disrupt. All of this is happening while the 3 remaining members of SSG will need to move towards the site. There's a stun in towards the back of tower stairs, and Rampy crushes Shuttle with a knife to the chest, and SSG finds their advantage. But the diffuser gets dropped, so they'll just have to frag, and DG has everything going for them. A swing in from Thinking Nade is not answered, and we'll need all 15 rounds to settle this one. Once again, a map between these two teams will go down to the very wire.
Beautiful job so far by both squads, pushing this all the way. You know what, Parker? Why don't they have best of 5s, man? We got best of 3s. Can't just a little bit further? Infinite overtime, maybe? A little bit more. Please, sir, can I have some more? Jokes aside, though, this has been an amazing series. We're going to see this in the last 3 minutes here. We'll finally see the conclusion, one way or another. Could be either team that takes this, but no matter what, it's been pretty amazing. And again, these next 3 minutes are going to decide who has to fight really hard to get a chance to qualify for the major, and who will just, have a good likelihood to qualify. That's what's going to change here.
Honestly, this matchup just goes to show you the importance of a strong map pool and how best of 3s separate teams. Theme Park was DG's map pick. Now, I know that a lot of people would say, oh, well, if it was a best of 1, we might not have played on Theme Park. Fine. But let's say, for argument's sake, you're on Theme Park. This would have been an SSG 1-0. We would have moved on. And it would have been quite a decisive SSG 1-0, 7-4. There, that's a decent result. But then that excludes Clubhouse, which is 8-7 in favor of DG. And this round in particular, right now that we're looking at, could very easily go in favor of DG as well, which would push SSG down and elevate DG into that top 4 as you talked about. That's wild to think of. And SSG are 1 round away from a place that I don't think any of their fans would have thought. And this, like I said, this again, it really boils down to best of 3s.
Yep. I'm really grateful that we can see this series fold, because this has been just an absolute banger of a match. A barn burner, as they say, if we can bring that term back.
We may.
Excellent.
We may bring that back, by the way.
Appropriate timing. Yeah.
Yes. SSG is going to go with what they know works best, as so far the defense have a decisive advantage here on overtime. A successful laundry supply rooms defense down below for SSG. And then a successful hold from DG onto the dorms bomb site. Now it's upstairs for SSG to do their work on this dorms bomb site. And they're going to bring the Clash off of that basement. This has been a struggle for DG. It has been very challenging for them to work against the Clash and have seemingly not had an answer. With Thatcher being banned and not bringing necessarily enough utility to be able to get through the Wamai, magnets, and the ADSs. Nyx looked ready to also have a frag grenade as we just looked below, and he could have had a very early kill, but I don't know what he's waiting for.
He's going to review this VOD. Oh, here it comes. And it does damage, but no kill. Bosco is going to reposition. He knows now what's happening. He won't let it happen again. Nice try there, though, from Nyx. Wait. No way.
Missed opportunity yet again, but oh so close, and it's just a little bit late on this drone work, but it's killing a ton of time. And I don't know if Nyx is now going to be scared off from Bosco possibly dropping down below. The Zofia also will need to ascend white stairs as there's barbed wire in front of them. And DG will try to map out how they're going to make this work. While the early action has done some damage to Bosco, he's dumping out his toxic canisters as quickly as he can, and a play on the window of Fultz will grab the head of Reed, and with that, the opening pick will go to SSG. 4 frags remain for SSG to try to stave off defeat. Sledge will push up the main stairs with 35 seconds, and Canadian will draw his fire as best as he can, slow him down. Shotgun in range, thinking Nade will collect. Whoa. Double duty on the doorway onto Retro, and in the smoke, the Ash of NJR will choke out. Not too far off is Shuttle. Down goes the Ash as Rampy's gonna watch the angle, and it's a flawless round to put an exclamation mark on what was an incredibly tight matchup, and a real clincher, if we can call it that. 8-7 in favor of SSG, and they manage to win this best of 3.
What a series from both squads. SSG winning out in the end, but boy howdy did they struggle against Disrupt. Impressive stuff from all of the players in this match, and man, I do wish it could go longer, but unfortunately that's all she wrote. So SSG secured their spot second out of their group, and that's pretty solid for them. On the other hand, you'll have Disrupt in third, so not an ideal result. It's tough, but there it is. They were given a long chance, a long opportunity, and they almost made it happen at the very end. I imagine it might have been a very different round had that nade landed from below.
Yeah, Bosco removed from action. That's going to mean that somebody's going to have to fill in that void that was inside of kids' dorms. It's going to completely shake up the way that the defenders play. Canadian won't have that same coverage, and there won't be as much ability to stall using those toxic canisters. But that was one for the books. Just an absolute barn burner, as you put it, and a very unexpectedly close matchup between these two teams. But don't go anywhere. Not only do we have analysis from that match, but we still have a whole other game to play between the Sonics and TSM. There's plenty of Rainbow Six action lined up, so don't touch that browser. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome back. I'm Jackie Jing, and I am with Veli and Jesse. No joke. Gentlemen, I'm shaking right now. I almost ripped this stress ball in half watching those last few rounds. That was absolutely nutty. 15 rounds, SSG defeats Disrupt. We got to talk about those last few rounds, though. Round 12, Reed 4K. Then that's followed by round 13. Kind of goes down, right? Then round 14, DG is back, and then round 15. Jesse, you were just saying, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. That's all I heard you say it.
I mean, Space Station Gaming, world champions, they deserve it. They absolutely played like crazy, but you gotta give credit to Disrupt Gaming too. I mean, what a show, what a performance. So close. I think a lot of this like overtime came down to dealing with the clash. Canadian bringing out that operator when he hasn't really shown it too much at all recently was really impressive to me. He totally shut down every push that Disrupt had in that overtime, and I think it showed just like how much Disrupt couldn't handle it. Basically, all they brought that could have dealt with it really were the nades on Nyx, and Nyx was just not getting the nades where he needed to get them. Unfortunately, like down below in that 15th round, of course, that was a huge blow to them. I wish they had like brought a Capitao. Obviously, it's hard to know that they're going to bring out a clash, but I know Reed loves the Capitao, so that could have been an option he could have brought. Oh, it was a couple of rounds that we ended on, and just what a series, what a series.
I mean, ultimately, Jesse, right, is you have to risk it against Space Station. Do you bring hard counters for Clash, or do you bring hard counters for their utility burn meta? It's pretty much like a lose-lose situation either way you put it, so it's safe to say that the better risk is on clearing everything that's there to destroy utility, right?
And Veli, just while we were watching all this go down, you were just like, my heart, you know, like that was just so emotional.
Yeah, no, especially on the play with the Reed. I mean, that play alone had my heart beating. It was pounding out of my chest. In scenarios where it looked like DG had no hope at all. I believe that was, what, round 12, Jackie? Where Reed repelled straight through the window. I saw the Monty pushing Attic, right? And Space Station did their Space Station Gaming Attic hold with the 2 Maestro cams, the 2 ADSs, smoke watching with the shield. And I was saying to myself, there's no way they do this. They lose. They can't funnel in through Attic, right? Like, this is going to be impossible. But the moment that Reed repelled through that window and got those huge kills, that was everything. And the fact that players that weren't named NJR had those plays, that's everything. Disrupt Gaming, they're legit.
Yeah, just what you were saying. You know, I literally think NJR was like trending on Twitter at one point, I swear to God. But he wasn't a huge factor on map 3, Veli.
You know, he wasn't a huge factor when it came to kills, right? But he was a huge factor at being a perfect distraction. And I know Jesse really wanted to dig in deeper into this. You don't have to have kills in order to be a successful roamer, right, Jess?
Definitely not.
Jesse,
I mean, roaming. Yeah. No, you're good. I mean, all it is wasting time a lot of times when you're roaming, right? And really, because Space Station early on that map, this is kind of what we were talking about before everything, you know, went crazy. Early on, we were talking about how Space Station was really focusing down NJR, and you could tell that they sort of knew like this kid is the problem. Let's like take him down quickly and then deal with that. And Space Station did that in the early rounds, and then they sort of stopped. But by the time they had done that, I don't know if like them focusing NJR specifically like made NJR kind of like slip a little bit, or if he was just kind of not going to be on this map no matter what. But either way, he wasn't a hugely impactful player. He still had like more kills than most of his teammates, I believe. He still was like an average performer. He just wasn't like carrying the whole server.
Yeah, which we had seen before. Jesse, I think you said it best before we came back. You were like, I'm shook. That's exactly how all three of us are feeling right now. But we do actually have Lycan on deck. Lycan, congrats on making it into Phase 2 Group A. Huge win. How are you feeling, sir?
I'm feeling great, thank you.
Oh, I'm sure. Really quickly, I want to go back to last week. The defeat to OXG was surely eye-opening. What did you and your team address after that loss?
Yeah, I think honestly that they just played a really good game themselves, and it's really hard to, you know, stay at the top and never lose. Like we knew it was going to happen eventually. And it was just about like the prep for this week, kind of taking it as it was. I think OXG had a really good game prep, and some of their players played significantly better than we thought that they were going to. So shout out to specifically Bio. I think Bio had a really great game in that game. And yeah, they just beat us fair and square, and we just had to kind of like take the punch and go with it.
Obviously, winning today was extremely important. What were you telling your team before going into this match?
Just like any other game, really, we don't try to like make certain games different than the other. It's really about like the prep stays the same, so nothing kind of feels uncomfortable, and just trying to work through what maps we thought that they were going to take us to and what bans, and trying to get as much prep as we can.
Okay, let's talk about map 3. I mean, the analysts, the casters, we were all having heart attacks, you know. I can only imagine what that was like from your perspective. How did you all adjust, especially since NJR was playing so well in those last few rounds? Just tell us what it was like from your perspective.
Yeah, I think NJR and a couple other people were having really great games. I think we were struggling really bad on like our executions. Like with the whole round would kind of like go really well for us, and then all of a sudden we'd kind of like have the idea of what we wanted to do, and they would put a like wrench in it, and we wouldn't adjust accordingly. And so a lot of times when you see us like come down to the end and just like kill everybody and then boom, the plants down and then we win, that just wasn't happening today.
All right, Lycan, thank you so much. Wishing you continued success and congratulations again. Have a great evening.
Thank you so much.
And let's
You
head
too.
back to Veli and Jesse. Thanks, Lycan. Oh, man. I'm just exhausted, y'all. We have a whole other match ahead of us. I'm just like, whew, that was a doozy. But, yeah, I mean, anything that you took away from Lycan's interview, I think that, you know, map 3, just all of us are still just kind of in shock by that. So,
You know, I like Lycan's mindset. Yeah, they won 6 Invitational, USN, you know, whatever. But at the same time, he understands that the level of competition, you know, they're going to have targets on their back now. And the fact that teams like Disrupt Gaming, they came into the Tier 1 scene and they're ripping it up now. Last season, we always spoke about how there's only, you know, the top 4 teams that are competitive. You can't overlook anybody now, and Lycan, he knows that. He's aware. Space Station Gaming, they're on notice. They squeaked by with a win here. Phase 2 is going to be even better, and it's not just going to be for Group A.
Yeah, you got to give a lot of credit to Lycan, obviously like a world champion coach for a reason. I think, like, when you think about it, obviously he's gonna have a cool head in this situation. He's gonna be telling his players the right thing.
Yeah.
Because like we expect that from him at this point. But again, I mean, just showing up as we always know he will, supporting his players, tell him it's like every other game when there's so much on the line. I think that really does say a lot about his coaching style.
all right, gentlemen, SSG moving on to Phase 2 Group A. But who will join them? TSM or the Sonics? We shall see coming up. We'll be right back.